조용히 wide awake with vibrations. Just push it out, I can't so dangerous. My taste contagious, and just leave me alone. No more patience, no more patience, wait.
Maybe most out of time we shake us when the end comes. We're probably gonna go long.
Big momentum, take what is mine. I don't care. They all stay so repellent. Mine, I mean, yes, mine, repellent.
They might be any other day, but I don't wanna waste another day.
I can see it now to ride. Carpe diem, it's Friday, that you see it completely
What it
different.
is, it's never certain. So strong when I think I'll turn around the page. I'm never going to give up. Break up of your head. Time to take a step up, no more cruising along.
Work your act before you slow down. Move along, man, free as a bird. Overcame every time.
Break out of your face. Deep down inside you feel like love in a
Give it up, love for myself, stop your lies.
No need to fear, it's time you
Burn that
found.
dread. Okay, I'm already broken some screws loose. No turning back for one man, I see no medicine, no. No power, no just the cry, cause I keep it rolling, 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 down and down and down, and now I'm up. Just so better walk me solo, travel life like Marco Polo. You wanna live such a slow mo, I wanna go down things in Tojo. It's maybe more, but still be proud, I don't care, no, I don't what I'm doing, so leave me alone.
Fake yourself get played down, and I've been there, but I say predicament. But this time you give up my break. Where it is never certain. So strong when I think I turn around the page. I'm never going to give up. Break out of the ease.
Adachi's theme, it's so addictive. I'm sorry if everyone else in chat is sick of his theme by now. I'm never gonna be sick of it. It's fucking amazing. Like it's so energetic, it's so lively. I love it. I love it, right? So I am I'm really excited to it's I need to finish Arena, right? But once I'm done with Arena, once I'm done with the story mode for it specifically, then I can really just start making the whole project for my video talking about Arena. And one of the things that I've been thinking about is, let's just, talk about this right for a sec, because it's something that I have it might be I'm a little autistic here and there, looking for things that really aren't there, but something that I've appreciated about Arena's soundtrack is how they've changed some of the songs. Like, here is the original version of Reach Out for the Truth. Like, it's a bit slower, right? I played the Reach Out for the Truth already at, in the intro music, and it's still like the original, it's still fast, it's still fine, but the newer version manages to like up the tempo a little bit. Like it ups the tempo a bit. It makes it a bit more energetic, a bit more lively. Now, they did that because it's for a fighting game. When you're playing your characters, running around, doing shit, you want to at least have a song that pumps up the player, right? And, they just made it a bit faster, a bit more lively, that kind of shit. But specifically for Aigis' Heartfelt Cry, this might be like the autist in me looking into it too much, but let me just play the original soundtrack. So this is from the original FES. This isn't the reload version. Like, it's way more, it's slow as hell. Like, it's fine, but it's slower, way more just emotion. Like, it feels somber, I think is a good word. Like, it still has, like, the electro fucking rock aesthetic to it, but it feels like something's missing. It feels like it's a bit sad. Like, yeah, I'm gonna skip forward a bit. But you see, this version of the song, it's way slower. It's not supposed to, like, energize you. You're not supposed to, like, feel, oh yeah, I'm gonna throw hands. Because remember, this is the song that plays when Aigis has to fight her friends. And the song is called Heartfelt Cry. She doesn't want to do this. It sucks. She hates it. To the point where she considers not fighting at all. But then in Arena, they make it, like, super fast. Like, they make it lively. Like, it still has the same, it's the same song, yet they somehow managed to fucking, like, this is a song you want to dance to. This is like a song you, like, it's fast. It's hard for me to explain this, but just hearing the two songs back to back, you hear a difference, but most importantly, you feel a difference between these two songs, especially with the chorus. Like, I'm just gonna, like, skip to the chorus, but like, it's a faster tempo, yes, but it's way more energetic. And I genuinely think that this might be because so Persona 4 Arena takes place after Persona 4. So in the time frame, we have Aigis with her song Heartfelt Cry, where she's lost her will to fight for a bit. She has she just has all these negative emotions building up. And then the Arena soundtrack, they up the tempo, they make it more lively. Why? Because Aigis is alive again. Like, I don't care if I'm looking too deep into this. I don't care if I'm just, looking at things that aren't there. Like, oh, it's a fighting game. Of course they're gonna up the tempo a bit, like, to make it, something you can fight to. But I genuinely think that the people who made the music for this game, like, every other character's theme fits them so good, and they specifically chose to go with Aigis' Heartfelt Cry, but make it far more lively, to reflect how her as a character is now alive again. And on top of that, she's not fighting her friends. She's trying to save Labris, right? She's trying to make sure that Labris isn't just going to be abandoned, just like Metis was scared to. And it's just... I cannot wait to talk more about this. I genuinely want to make this video. So originally, it was just going to be me talking about, yeah, Persona 4 Arena, it's a fun fighting game, fun Persona game, but it's shit like this that really makes me think about so much stuff in these games is done with intent. The fact that Persona 4 Arena worked this hard to make Aigis' theme this lively, I genuinely believe that it was intentionally done to reflect her as a character. I genuinely think that. Now, I could be wrong. It could just be, oh, we just want to make the soundtrack a bit more lively so players can fight to faster paced songs, but there's just something about this song specifically, hearing the original versus this one, that I'm like, I truly believe that there's intent there. Okay, but enough about that. We got some story mode to play. And even if I'm wrong about, oh, this was done with intent, they just sped up the tempo, remixed it a little bit, it's still a fucking banger of a song, right? Like, it's still a song that kicks ass. Okay, let me get everything together. So already I'm thinking about how the video itself is going to be. That's something that I do all the time, is I'm just like at the gym doing this, doing that. And in my own head, I'm just picturing, okay, like here's how the thing is going to intro. Here's what I could say here and there, that kind of stuff. So...
Sponsors for today's Persona.
I gotta do a series already about what, Yidis? Like, I don't know what you mean. Okay, so we did Kanji, we did Teddy. So now we'll finish it off with Naoto, and then after Naoto, we'll have Mitsuru, Akihiko, and Aigis. So... I get the feeling that once we're done with these four, it's probably going to be like Labris, and then, I don't know, like, what other characters? Probably Labris and Rise is my best guess.
What follows are my impressions of the organization called the Shadow Operatives, as well as their leader, Mitsuru Kirijo.
My fingers fly across the keyboard. My last case was special. I need to complete my report before I forget any important details. My name is Naoto Shirogane. I'm a detective. The Shirogane family has been working as detectives for generations. Though I'm young and still in high school, I've been given the opportunity to take on several cases, and I've built up experience as a detective. My work has earned me some trust, as every so often the police will come to me for my assistance. That's where the story begins, a sudden request from the Inaba Police Department. That was about a month ago. Early April. Last summer, I had received a request from the prefectural police to come to the town of Inaba. Actually, here, I think I need to bump up the music just a little bit. Let me, okay, that should be fine. Okay, there we go.
What follows are...
Okay. A bizarre series of murders was occurring. A corpse would turn up every morning after a foggy night. In the end, it turned out to be the most difficult case of my career. It's been about 2 weeks since that case was closed. No, from the public's viewpoint, 4 months have passed since the crimes were stopped. The culprit has been arrested and prosecuted. Peace has returned, but with it comes a depressing proposition. I'm not unwilling to help the police again, but my involvement with the previous case is not something I'd like to go through again. To be completely honest, that particular case was no simple series of murders. During the course of my investigation, I obtained a supernatural power known as my persona, making me more than just a detective. I collaborated with other persona users and became directly involved with the events of the case. Of course, if I was to tell this to the police, it would be treated as nonsense. Worst case scenario, I would be discredited. Having to leave out those details while explaining the events of the case is more than a little nerve-wracking. It feels like lying, but there you have it. While on my way to the police department for this new case, I go through a list of possible questions and answers I would need. Something's different today, though. After greeting the receptionist, I'm not led to the usual dull meeting room. Instead, I'm taken to a reception area on the top floor. A leather-trimmed sofa, a curved wooden table, a nouveau riche setting. Aw, damn. Chazz is getting fancy with these words.
Looks like this may take some time.
This was just going to be paperwork and basic questioning. They wouldn't have brought me to this special room. Is it a new case? I have to wait several minutes before someone comes to speak with me. When the door finally opens, a man wearing a suit, not fitting the uniform of a local officer, walks in.
I'm sorry about the wait.
Oh, is that the same? Okay, no, let's just... He hands me his
Allow
card.
me to introduce
Okay,
myself.
fine. His card has a lengthy title, National Police Agency Security Bureau. Okay, yeah, I don't know this guy. I was like, oh, it's a Persona character. I gotta know him. Nah, he's just a police dude. I was shocked. They're more commonly known as the Public Safety Police. The Security Planning Division is the command center for departments that handle terrorist threats, coup d'etat plots, and foreign affairs. The secret police also belong to this group, but why would a person of such importance come all the way to a royal locale like this? I look him in the eyes. He appears to be measuring
I
me
see
up.
you're enough on the ball that you don't need a lengthy introduction. Good.
Without any further talk, the man gets to his point.
Have you heard of the Kirijo group?
I doubt there are many who haven't.
I'll get right to the point. We'd like to hire you to perform a sub-rosa investigation on them.
You need a corporation quietly investigated. Why me? I don't see what I can do that your own department cannot.
I would agree if shadows and personas weren't involved.
Ooh. This time I'm unable to hide my surprise, but the man continues, either failing to see or purposefully ignoring my
One
reaction.
summer 12 years ago, there was an explosion at the Kirijo-owned Tatsumi Port Island, killing over 50 people.
Okay, so this line, 12 years ago, so I guess the events of Persona 4 Arena take place 2 years after the events of Persona 3. Because if I remember correctly, you know, that time period, they say 10 years ago the explosion happened. So if it's 12 years, I believe this places the timeline, what, 2012, I think?
You would have been very young at the time.
I've reviewed that case. The official explanation was that a gas main leaked during a construction project. Afterwards, though, a bizarre rumor saw quite a bit of circulation.
The mass media noticed that there was a suspiciously large number of researchers amongst the casualties. They floated the theory that the official explanation was a lie, and that the explosion was really caused by some dubious experiment.
No concrete evidence was ever found to support those claims, though. As I recall, the matter was left unsettled. Some may still remember the incident, though I don't think many could recall the finer points.
Those rumors were all true.
His voice becomes
What?
firm. Ooh.
Those researchers under Koetsu Kirijo, the old Kirijo group manager, were working on harnessing the power of shadows. The experiment went awry, and they lost control of the shadows. That's what caused the explosion.
Experiments using shadows. They lost control? Are you saying the shadows flooded the city? The real world?
I can't speak to that. There was no way of getting hard answers back then. No one took the spooky stories seriously.
So this is one aspect of different Persona games that I love, is that each one of them deals with personas in different scenarios. To her, it's just a TV world phenomenon. It's just like, it's not real, right? There's no way it can actually affect the real world unless, you know, all the other bullshit happens. But then, like, she's surprised at the idea. There are personas, there are just shadows walking around the sidewalk. But at the same time, I'm sure that the cast in Persona 3 would also be like, what? Persona, like, shadows could be in the TV? That's insane. So the idea that they're all stuck in their own little bubbles of this is how shadows work with us, that's really cool. That's really fascinating. Like, to Naoto, the idea of, like, the scene where the, you know, Junpei, Yukari, and you stop the tram from crashing during the dark hour, to her, that'd be like, what? Like, shadows can actually affect the real world? But then again, the dark hour and Tartarus and all that stuff disappeared, so there'd be no way for her to really know that. But I love that! Like, she's surprised at, like, what? They're actually real? Like, that's some good shit.
But that accident got the government and the police's attention, though they didn't launch an investigation until a year or two ago.
Wait, so they only started investigating, like, a year or two ago. That's about the same time frame where Mitsuru, because, you know, her dad dies, now she's the, like, CEO of the Kirijo group, right? So, do you think Mitsuru pushed through, like, hey, do an actual investigation of this for, like, closure or something? Huh. Law can only preside over the world as we know it. Things that can't be explained can't be governed.
Only those in the Kirijo group know exactly what happened and how much of the aftermath was dealt with.
The aftermath.
The word has a bad ring to it. Brings to mind a cover-up of some dark
Their
secret.
cleanup efforts continued until quite recently. They were using some method known only to them, entirely behind our backs. We think they've been conducting illegal activities in the 10 years since then, while hiding behind their cleanup efforts.
And you wish for me to confirm this?
Not only do you have a relationship with us, you have a persona and extensive experience in the field. We can't think of a better candidate.
And since I'm not directly affiliated with the police, if I were to be caught in a trap, it wouldn't lead back to you.
If that's the way you want to put it.
My reply was meant to be sarcastic, but this conversation is exceptionally draining. I must applaud public safety. They know everything about anybody they choose to investigate. There's no point in trying to bargain with them. He continues explaining indifferently, as if able to sense my resignation.
Last year, in conjunction with the Kirijo group, we established an unofficial department in the force, nicknamed the Shadow Operatives. It's a special unit capable of dealing with shadow-related cases.
This is news to my ears. That's a rather bold move. You went so far as to join forces with the ones you suspect of illicit activities?
That's exactly why we did it. We must keep a leash on them by integrating them into the system.
But the police are far behind information-wise. Officially, you are higher on the chain of command, but less so in practice.
Try throwing out a theory as I begin to get a grasp of what's taking place. The man didn't so much as flinch, but he didn't give me much of an answer either.
You'd need some leverage to keep your hold on them. Thus, this secret investigation. What exactly do you want me to do?
That will depend on your answer.
So that's their game plan. I figured as much. An organization as big as the Kirijo group is hiding the secret about shadows. Now, should I take the job or not? As a person with persona abilities, I'm naturally interested in learning how much there's to know about the shadows, and this job could potentially give me leverage over the government in the future. While I'm deep in thought, the man continues as if he can read my mind.
If you think we're hiring you to further our organization, you're mistaken.
Can't help but look up at the obvious change in his tone.
Our sources say it's possible that they've been talking students from a Kirijo-owned school into doing their dirty work. They've been pleading ignorance while making ordinary kids clean up whatever messes they've left. And that we don't forgive. We're supposed to be upholding the law. We can't overlook things like this.
He's surprisingly sincere. He's staring right at me. Unlike before, his eyes are strong and bold. He truly doesn't want anyone innocent to suffer. Of course, this could be an act to convince me, but even then, I do agree with that opinion. All that remains to find out Kirijo's intentions.
All right. In that case, I accept. Though I don't plan on abandoning my school life here. I'll do what I can to help, but only within those limits.
I would never have dictated those conditions like this before. The reason I had come to this town and transferred to Yasukami High School was for my investigation. But the school life and the dear friends that I've gained have become irreplaceable to me. It may sound childish to demand that I stay with my friends, but if they refuse to budge in that regard, that's that. However,
That's fine with us.
he accepts my condition almost too easily, and he immediately begins to explain the details of the case.
At the end of this month, the Kirijo group is airlifting some special cargo. Kirijo has asked our help in making sure the cargo is transported safely. We'd like you to accompany them as a police observer.
What do they mean, transported safely?
A police escort, assurance of no public investigation if any unforeseen situation were to arise, things like that. Of course, if anything does happen, we will hold them responsible.
And what is this special cargo?
It's something to do with the shadow research. They've admitted that much, but we don't know the exact details. According to our research, it's most likely something from the old ergonomics research laboratory, classified as risk level 4. In other words, even though it's sealed up tight, it's extremely dangerous.
They even have a risk scale for things like this. It seems that Kirijo's research goes into a variety of different things.
Also,
As I'm thinking, the man slides a photograph to me. This beautiful young lady, her eyes show strong will, as striking as her blazing red hair. That hair reminds me of something. I may have seen her picture while going through the documents regarding the Port Island incident. Of course, the girl in those pictures was much younger.
this woman will be on that flight. Her name is Mitsuru Kirijo.
Kirijo.
She's the oldest daughter of the Kirijo family, Koetsu Kirijo's granddaughter. It was he who devised the experiments 12 years ago. You should know that she's also a powerful persona user.
A persona user besides us? I was suspecting something like this, but to hear it out loud is still shocking. So there are persona users other than those involved in the case last
We
year.
believe she took the lead in gathering students 3 years ago when she was still in high school. We'd like you to first go to her residence and meet with her.
All right.
I'm sure you figured out by now, since she's a high-ranking Kirijo group official and a persona user, but she's a shadow operative. She's member number 1, the general manager. And not because she's a Kirijo, but because she has the abilities to back it up.
Fucking DEI work mandates, man. Can't even escape them in Persona games.
Can you do this? If she's dirty, then this won't be easy for you.
I like him dirty. I like him dirty. Hell
I
yeah.
already accepted your assignment, so I must simply make the best of it.
I offer my hand. He has the firm grip of someone who's worked on the front lines of the law. Okay. A few days later, I receive a message informing me that the transport is to be on the 1st of May. It's on a school day, but since I've taken the job, there's nothing I can do about it. In fact, I should be glad that this didn't overlap with the extended holiday. I haven't heard the details, but I expect to have some important arrangements during Golden Week. Arrangements to reunite with my upperclassman Yu Narukami, who was the leader of our group during last year's incident. Keep thinking about our reunion. It's only been 2 weeks since he left, but it feels much longer. I suppose that goes to show how much I'm looking forward to it. But I'm going off track. I need to think about my new job, so hastily I pull myself together. Ooh, fancy. The cargo is due to be transported from a laboratory near the Kirijo mansion. Make my way to the mansion to present myself and end up accompanying the security detail. The limousine is incredibly long. Apparently, it isn't all that rare for the upper class in other countries to ride in cars this large, but it's downright comical on the tiny roads of Japan. That was where I met Mitsuru Kirijo in person.
Nice to meet you. My name is Naoto Shirogane. I'll be acting as an observer today.
I've been told about you. It's nice meeting you as well. I'm Mitsuru Kirijo.
Peak persona. Her beauty is enough to attract anyone's attention. She was so much less imposing than in the
I
picture.
didn't expect the police's observer to be so young.
Does that bother you?
No. I didn't mean to downplay your abilities. Forgive me.
Take a look at Kirijo's son's face. She's the only daughter of the founding family, but it's been 2 years since she renounced the practice of the Kirijo group being run by the family. In other words, she's simply the CEO's daughter now, not the heir to the company. Okay. She must be used to constant stress. Being a female leader at such a young age, getting people to acknowledge her must have been a struggle. I don't need to mince my words in dealing with types like her. Decided to cut to the chase.
Tell me, what are the contents of your cargo?
I'm ashamed to have to admit this, but since the original researchers have passed away, we don't know what's in it either. We can't allow the worst-case scenario for such an item to come to pass in the middle of a city. That's why we plan to transfer these items to a distant facility according to their indicated risk level.
A natural decision. Her posture, her actions. If that was all an act, I must commend her for her ability to deal with the unexpected. But personally, my impression is that she's a trustworthy person. Before leaving, I had a chance to see the Kirijo mansion. I have to say, surprisingly simple. Felt as though it was prioritizing function and efficiency over meaningless luxury. Perhaps a reflection of her own personality. At any rate, her intelligence and her presence are proof enough of her upbringing. If she was hiding something, it would be hard to figure out.
Then I'll stay near the cargo along with the police escort. I'll contact you immediately if anything happens.
All right. If anything is unclear to you, feel free to ask me.
Her eyes look straight at me. I feel like she could see through anything. I end our conversation shortly after, quietly wait for us to arrive. Fuck you yawning for, Adachi. The limousine, transport truck, and multiple security cars reached the airport without any incident. Here. I got a alt tab real quick. I want to keep an eye on this. Okay, sorry about that. Cargo may be dangerous, but according to the records, it was kept safely in storage for the past 10 years. Plus, it is worthless to the average person. Because of this, the people involved in the security don't look tense. Kirijo-san hands her servant her travel bag. It's almost as if she's simply going on vacation.
Yakushima. Huh.
Plane's destination is one of the southern islands. I'm sure it'd be fun to go with everyone. I realize what I'm thinking, I have to laugh to myself. A year ago, I never would have considered that it would be fun to spend time with the others. But I can't help but think that way now. Oh, nice. Gotta read Max, guys. Soon they'll begin moving the cargo out of the truck. I clear my mind of daydreams and look back to the truck. They pass through the gates for large cargo shipments. The shipment is in imposing metal cases, but among all the other shipping containers, it doesn't attract much attention from the airport staff. Ooh. Labris, there it is. It's not long before the final case is unloaded from the truck. Oh, so she's number 5. Damn. It's obviously different from the rest. It's covered in what seems to be heavy industrial grade steel. About 1 meter wide and broad, 2.5 meters tall. Seems like something very special is in there, but even if someone was targeting the shipment, it would be impossible to steal that. Foreman in suits slowly tip the case sideways to place it on the cart. Seeing it on its side reminds me of something. It looks like a coffin. Ooh, the moment I realize that, a shiver runs down my spine. It does look big enough for a person to lie down in. Could there really be someone inside? Could it be that this tight security is not to prevent theft, but to keep the cargo from escaping? No, how can I imagine things like that without any proof? I shake my head to clear it of these pointless thoughts. Am I just shaken because I heard it has something to do with shadows? Eventually, the check-in process is complete. The announcement to begin boarding echoes through the airport. I relax a little, relieved that nothing has happened up to this point. Oh shit! They keep talking about plane hijacking! Holy, like you, Yosuke, Chie, and Yukiko, like all of their stories, like in the first beginning bit, it talks about plane hijacking. This is it. Once the plane takes off, the only thing in our way is the sky. I had put on an earpiece tuned to the police radio to keep up with the current situation. So far, nothing was out of the ordinary. Kirijo-san's group finished checking in and boarded the plane. The cargo should be loaded soon. After I supervise that, I'll check in, and suddenly an urgent voice jumps onto
The aircraft squawk code has changed to 7500.
7,500.
I have trouble mentally shifting gears after a long period of inactivity. I've never imagined I would hear that number with my own ears.
7,500? A hijacking?
There it is. Is the plane I'm investigating being hijacked? That can't be a coincidence. Could this have been set up by the police or the Kirijo group? No, there's no benefit for either of them to get involved with the general public. So if that's the case...
Is it the cargo they want?
There really is someone after that cargo. Wait, if they're really after the cargo, why hijack the plane? They're not trying to steal the cargo. Could they be after Kirijo-san? No, that doesn't feel right. Hijacking isn't an efficient method to carry out a kidnapping or an assassination. If they have the time and the resolve to pull this off, they would be far better off trying to take over the plane mid-flight. Can't figure out their objective. Why would they do something that attracts so much attention? Attention? This is a very peculiar time to attempt a takeover of the plane. Very peculiar indeed. Hijacking before departure forfeits the biggest benefits of hijacking. But at the same time, all normal airport operations will come to a halt while everyone turns their focus on the plane in question. The airport will naturally stop loading baggage onto the plane while this hijacking goes on. It's a perfect distraction. So they are after the cargo.
That was the case. The hijacking is only a decoy.
Holy shit. This is why Naoto's so great.
But would they really risk their lives hijacking a plane over one piece of cargo?
As I think, I scan the area from my viewpoint up in the boarding area. I see a van that had been parked near the cargo area suddenly peel out. A suspicious departure at this time. I have a bad feeling about this, but the cargo was just unloaded right in front of my eyes. I didn't see anyone steal it. Hold on, the 4 men in suits with the handcart. I don't see them. I lost track of them in the rush of the activity after the hijack call. I grind my teeth and interrupt the radio call.
002, over. A suspicious vehicle is leaving the scene. Stay in pursuit. It's a large vehicle, about 2 tons. License plate.
I hear someone confirm with Roger, but there's shouting and confusion going on in the background. I'm unsure if my intentions have been understood. I run across the airport myself. I need to grab hold of these people's tail, even if only to get a few hairs. Of course, there's no way that I can catch a vehicle on foot, but I have a plan. I run down the escalator and bolt for the passenger pickup area at the arrivals lobby. Look around outside and there it is, just as I thought. The suspicious vehicle was coming this way. The airport's roads layout is a loop. After leaving the departure lobby, cars must take a turn and curve back around the arrival lobby before being able to reach the surface streets. I hide in the crowd and wait for the van to get close. As it passes by, I throw a small sticky lump. Lucky for me, strikes and sticks, low on the van's side. There's a compact transmitter in there. And look at that! In Persona 4, part of Naoto's social link thing is you find out, like, oh, she loves tinkering with shit. And look at this. In the field, she's doing detective shit. She's able to use, like, the little gadgets she makes as a detective. Like, that's cool! Have to be pretty close to pick up the signal, but it's better than nothing. I take my hat off and wipe my forehead. The pedestrians around me begin to stir. Everyone stops and stares at their smartphones. I don't need to look. I knew. The first news of the hijacking is hitting the media. Put my hat back on, pull the brim low. I'll have to be careful not to let all the information flying about confuse me. I keep my guard up as I quickly walk back to the departure lobby. Another 45 minutes pass without any more clear information coming through. There's chaos on the radio and people are in panic. But after an hour, the confusion suddenly stops and a shocking report
All
comes in.
personnel on scene. The suspects have been apprehended. The hijacking is over. I repeat.
They dealt with it so soon?
Though some passengers were ill, there were no casualties. As far as I know, the hijackers didn't even make any demands. It's hard to think that the police would have negotiated with them. But on the other hand, there's no indication that the special assault team had stormed the plane. Did the group surrender, now that their decoy objective was
What's
complete?
going on here?
Just then, a radio call came in directly from
Operator
me.
to 002, over. The hijacking has been dealt with, but the transfer must be canceled. The whereabouts of one piece of cargo cannot be confirmed. All indications are that it has been stolen.
Then that vehicle earlier. Are you still in pursuit?
We're tracking it through the end system. Head to the guest room immediately so we can discuss our response.
It looks like my call to report the suspicious van had not been a
Understood.
mistake. Nice. Soon after, the involved parties were gathered in the conference room. Kirijo-san and the police were talking hurriedly. A good number of this quickly put together team are not aware of the confidential nature of this matter. I imagine things won't be proceeding so smoothly. At any rate, the van on the run can be tracked through the end system. The hijackers were handed over to the airport police, while those of us who knew the truth about the cargo were moved on to one of her buildings.
That was a very tidy operation. I had thought it would take at least half a day.
To put it delicately, we had someone with special abilities handling this. Then again, though we prevented any harm from coming to the hostages, we lost the cargo.
Nothing for it, I suppose. Who would have expected an entire hijacking to cover up the theft of some cargo? I must apologize to you as well. I was the closest at hand when it happened.
No, you did more than enough. It's thanks to your sharp eyes that we're able to track the suspicious vehicle now. I'm impressed that you realized in all the chaos that the cargo was the true target. You even spotted their getaway truck.
Thank you. Our next step should be to interrogate the suspects in custody and...
Sadly, it won't be that simple. I haven't heard much yet, but it seems they're having unexpected difficulties with the interrogation. It will take some time.
If they were prepared to risk their lives for this operation, I suppose they won't break so easily.
We made an error in judgment. We were too focused on preventing the item itself from doing any damage.
But since they targeted something so unusual, that should narrow down the suspect pool.
My top suspect, Adachi. And Mitsuru goes like, Adachi? And then Nato nods. Adachi.
I can't deny it's possible that someone connected to the Kirijo group is behind this. Thank you for your assistance, Shirogane. I'm sorry to have involved you in this mess, but the professionals will take it from here.
Professionals, in other words, she plans to investigate this herself as a shadow
Does that
operative.
mean my work here is done?
I'm afraid so. We do value your cooperation.
This is a bit of a pickle. Pickle Rick? Pickle Nato? Pickle Adachi? Oh! I turned myself into... Just hold up. Just hold up. I gotta... Okay.
Hey you! Look over here! I turned myself into a pickle. I'm Pickle Adachi.
Okay, I'm sorry if that like blew out anyone's ears, but okay, let's fuck with this a bit. I want it to be like okay, more variable, similarity high. Okay, let's see this.
Hey you! Look over here. I turned myself into a pickle. I'm Pickle Adachi.
Okay. Okay. Okay, gotta be serious again, guys. Stop laughing. It's not all fun and games. This is a very serious case. This is a very serious pickle that Naoto is in. The Kirijo group and the police want to keep this under wraps. That is, they cannot open a public investigation. On top of that, the shadow operatives are technically an organization working for the police, so there's no room for freelancers here. Which means there's no need for me to be involved in the investigation any further. Insisting to stay on this case would only draw attention. With no other choice, I decided to take my leave. It must have been chaos at the office. Despite the unusual events, the man who hired me has not yet gotten in touch. I'd entertained the thought of returning home to Inaba, but luckily enough, I've brought enough luggage for a short trip out of town. I decided to stay the night at a business hotel near the airport and wait a while for my client to contact me. You can't arrest a pickle, it's the perfect plan. Adachi understood that if he had to escape to the shadow world, if he had to escape to the TV world, the best course of action would be to turn himself Pickle Magatsu Izanagi. Oh my god. Okay. Focus, guys. Time passes. At 9 o'clock, I finally receive a phone call from the man.
Things have taken an unexpected turn. This case is under the jurisdiction of the shadow operatives now.
That will make it very difficult to continue my secret investigation.
But right now, you're the only one we have who's gotten that close. We heard you earned Kirijo's trust after the hijacking. We'd like you to keep up your investigation. We're currently making arrangements for you to pick it up again in a natural way.
What are you gonna have me do? I will not act as a spy.
I'll be in touch later.
He hangs up without any waiting for my reply. Aw, rip. I sigh. I feel a weight in my heart. This has a high possibility of turning into a private investigation from the shadows. Pretty much a polite way of saying corporate espionage. If I'm to take on this job, I need to have some sort of plan. At any rate, I cannot plan my movements without knowing how the situation is progressing. It would be far better to prepare for tomorrow instead of getting worked up with worry. I read the newspaper and watch some of the TV coverage of today's events, then go to bed early. Hey, Brad with the gifted 5. Hell yeah. Okay. I just want to keep an eye on Discord in case. I asked Muscular Alligator if he wanted to throw some hands in Persona 4 Arena, so if he does want to play this game with me, you know, that could be some good B-roll footage. Okay, a day passes, and even by the night of May 2nd, the man has not contacted me again. Seems the police are having trouble zeroing in on the suspicious vehicle. Considering the skill with which the crime was pulled off, I wouldn't be surprised if that van had been dumped somewhere and the cargo loaded onto another vehicle. Going through all the possibilities is just a way to kill time. But it's the only thing I had to do. Nothing happened until the sky began to darken as the sun went down. My phone finally rang, but surprisingly, the name on the screen brought a smile to my face.
Yes, Shirogane speaking.
Hi, Nato-kun? Oh, I'm not interrupting your work.
Yeah, it's Chie! Hell yeah!
No, it's quite alright.
Sorry to call so late. I wanted to at least give it one more shot about tomorrow.
That's right, so much has been happening that I completely forgot the school holiday starting tomorrow, and of course we're supposed to have our reunion with Yu Senpai when he visits from the city tomorrow. I was supposed to be able to meet up with them. I didn't imagine that I'd be stuck here for 3 days thanks to the attempted hijacking at the airport. But since I've undertaken the job, I have obligations that I can't just abandon. I'm starting to actually feel some anger towards whoever the culprits
I'm
are.
sorry, but it seems I still won't be able to make it. I'm actually not in Inaba at the moment, to be honest.
Oh, yeah, you mentioned that. Oh, then I guess you can't check even if it rains.
Even if it rains?
Oh, nothing. Just talking to myself.
What was
It's
that?
okay, Naoto-kun. I know there are people who'll be in trouble without you. You need to stay there and help them out.
Naoto, like, damn it, Chie, you just had to let the if it rains slip. Now Naoto's gonna watch the TV. She's gonna see the Midnight Channel. She's gonna okay.
Yes. Well,
Help them out, huh? It irritates me to know that what I'm going to do is pretty much spy
it
work.
really is a shame. Give my regards to Senpai and the others, won't you?
Will do. Good luck with the job.
I hang up the phone, seeing my dear senpai again. I feel that's much more important than a job with an uncertain outcome. I feel a little sad that I'm going to miss it. Maybe I should just turn the case down, make a surprise visit
I wonder
tomorrow.
if any train would make it in time.
Thoughts on the Ace Attorney games? Oh, Ace Attorney games are really fun. The only Ace Attorney game I played, I believe, was Professor Layton versus Phoenix Wright. Like, that was a pretty fun game. I mean, I've seen the memes. You know, you gotta love objection and then the courtroom theme. Seems like a fun game series to get into. But it looks like the case is not about to leave me yet. Or let me leave. After my talk with Chie, I began to prepare for bed. That's when the public safety official called me again.
It seems we may be back on for the secret investigation. Mitsuru Kirijo just requested our cooperation. We agreed. A detective by the name of Kurosawa will be heading out tomorrow. We want you to accompany him to the rendezvous point.
When I asked about this Kurosawa fellow, I received an unanticipated answer. Apparently, he had helped Kirijo's activities on his own while he was a constable. Even though his superiors didn't understand what Kirijo-san was up to, he followed his own instincts and helped her to protect his town. Oh, Kurosawa! Oh, it's the police guy that you sell shit to! Fuck yeah! Normally, he would be punished for this, but the situation took a 180-degree turn thanks to the establishment of the Shadow Operatives. His knowledge has been invaluable, and rather than being disciplined, he has been promoted to plainclothes detective.
Kurosawa is willing to leak you whatever info he learns about the Kirijo group through his cooperation with them.
I'm surprised he agreed to that. Hasn't he assisted Kirijo-san and her group in the past?
I'm afraid that's something you'll have to ask him about, although he seems to have his own agenda.
I confirmed several other details before ending the call. Detective Kurosawa. I can't fucking speak. I'm a speak cell. If he's working with the Kirijo group, it could be something of a problem. But if they have information to leak, that means they must have located the vehicle in question. Still, considering how long it took them to find it, I may be in for a long trip. Where am I going to be sitting now? I shrugged to myself. It's gonna rain, it's gonna rain, Naoto. Oh, the next day, May 3rd. I met with Detective Kurosawa. I expected someone who looked shadier, but the man appeared hardworking and honest. Wait, okay, so I believe this is the day where all the shit goes down, right? So, Naoto didn't even... Oh no, poor Naoto. She didn't even get to watch, like, the P1 Grand Prix, you know, roll call animation. So she doesn't know, like, that... She doesn't understand that General Teddy was talking mad shit.
I'm Kurosawa.
I'm Naoto Shirogane. Thank you for your assistance.
I've heard rumors about you, Ace Detective. Let's get going.
We make our greetings brief. I get into Detective Kurosawa's car. Yep, that's him. The same fucking police officer from Persona 3. Hell yeah. See, look at that. That's one really great thing about playing this game is, so even if you don't understand who these people are, you can still follow along with what's going on. But when you do know it, it's like, oh, that's cool. Hell yeah. A private investigation in a location that I have no prior knowledge or experience of. This was a depressing job in the first place, and the addition of more and more unknown variables is only making me more displeased with
You
it.
seem pretty listless.
Oh no, I'm fine. Where are we headed, by the way?
The place where they found the getaway car from the hijacking. A town called Inaba. It's a small place with an odd history. They just had a bizarre serial murder case there last year.
Well, well, well. Isn't that just fucking, like, isn't that just one big hunky-dory coincidence?
Inaba?
I can't stop the surprise from showing in my
That's
voice.
your hometown, right? Isn't that why they're sending you?
I'm at a loss for words, but Detective Kurosawa continues instead of waiting for me to reply.
The request I got from the Shadow Operatives was to assist in gathering information about those murders. They want me to meet with a supervising detective of that case and ask him for the full story. Not only are they part of public safety, they're an unofficial unit. They can't come to the district police for information.
Why him? Is his case related to the robbery in some way?
Public safety is sharper than you might think. They do basic reviews on all cases to see if shadows were involved. Inaba is on their watch list now. And with that cargo being brought there, they naturally suspect a connection between the cases.
If there is a connection, then it might be related to our case. I began to have ominous thoughts and my expression darkens. But Detective Kurosawa doesn't probe into that topic. Perhaps he's the type of person who doesn't judge people based on evidence, but gets a feel for them through conversation and actions. How am I reflected in his eyes? Can't help but wonder. It's a junkyard. Whoa. Detective Kurosawa goes inside the Inaba police station while I wait near the junkyard. The familiar sights of Inaba seem strange somehow. The detective in charge of this case must be none other than Dojima-san! Detective Ryotaro Dojima. Of course I am familiar with him. Not just through our profession, Dojima acted as Yu Senpai's guardian while he stayed in Inaba. I feel like I'm betraying him as well. I can't stop myself from sighing again. Soon enough, Detective Kurosawa steps out of the station. Thought he was coming back. But halfway to the car, he turns and walks into the junkyard. I wonder what he's doing and stick my head out the window and try to track him. There's another car parked behind a pile of junk. That distinctive grille style, that's Kirijo-san's limousine. I hurriedly pull my head back into the car. That's right, Detective Kurosawa came here to cooperate with Kirijo-san. But still, to bring me along and park so close to her is... Then again, it's very unnatural to park far from a rendezvous point. Detective Kurosawa made the right decision. Calm down and slide into the rear seat, keeping my head low. Still, Kirijo uses that black limousine while undertaking her shadow operative's duties as well? That car sticks out like a sore thumb here in Inaba. Heck, it's distinctive anywhere in Japan. Why would someone as clever as Kirijo-san take that car on a special mission like this? Does she have some profound reasoning behind it? After a while, Detective Kurosawa finally comes back to the car.
Kurosawa-san, may I ask you something? Why are you working with public safety?
You're asking that now? I thought that would be your very first question.
After wiping a dry smile from his face, Detective Kurosawa turns to me with an incredibly serious expression.
You can spy on Mitsuru Kirijo and her shadow operatives to your heart's content and never find anything suspicious. But for that to be understood, at some point or another, everything she does has to be investigated to eliminate those doubts. In which case, it's better someone like you do the investigating than someone official who will never understand. That's all there is to it.
So he does have his reasons
Thank
after
you
all.
for your cooperation.
I'll leave the rest in your hands.
I exit the vehicle. Kurosawa-san takes his car onto the highway and speeds out of sight. He has no doubts whatsoever regarding Kirijo-san's activities. To be honest, I'm inclined to agree with him, but I can't jump to conclusions without any evidence. I use heaps of junk as cover to sneak close to the limousine and watch. Not long after, I see two people exit the vehicle. One of them is Kirijo. However, unlike when I saw her at the airport, she's wearing equipment likely suited for combat. The other person looks strange.
Is that the fabled humanoid weapon?
Ooh. There was information about a humanoid weapon mixed in with all the data I had about the Kirijo group. When I first saw it, I was confused. That had to be what was standing in front of me. It seems natural, almost like lifelike. But there's no denying that it's an artificial construct. It seems that the rumors of an unorthodox anti-shadow unit were true. Another man comes to join them soon. He too was dressed in outlandish attire. He was shirtless and wore a red cloak like a desert nomad. The perfect example of someone who ought to be detained for questioning. I compare his face to the list of pictures of the people involved with the situation. While his taste in clothing has changed, I believe this man is Akihiko Sanada. I can't imagine what would possess him to go about dressed like that, but he's autistic now, so don't worry about it. I speculate about their actions. What business do they have here in a junkyard? There's nothing here but a pile of broken household electronics and abandoned televisions. Then it hits me. Detective Kurosawa-san had told Kirijo-san about last year's incident, and of course she has prior knowledge of personas and shadows, and no doubt she's heard of the idea of entering the TV world. After all, it appears many times in the testimony of the killer from last year. Dojima-san may have disregarded it for being too far-fetched, but Detective Kurosawa must have caught on. Take a closer look, there's a mountain of old TV sets, victims of last year's switch to digital broadcast.
They're not planning to enter a TV from here, are they?
Even as I say that, the mechanical girl already has her hand sticking into a TV. It's exactly as I thought. The mere fact that they are testing what they hear so recently cannot bode well. Uncertainty crosses my mind. The three of them are clearly preparing to enter the television. Should I blow my cover and warn them about what they're doing? If they enter, they might not be able to leave, but the other world should no longer be dangerous anymore. I heard from Yosuke that he'd asked Teddy to leave the exit TV out just in case. If they're Persona users, they should be able to handle the shadows. They shouldn't be in any peril, but Kirijo-san made a decision faster than I could. They just go in. Ooh, cutscene? Yes!
The other members will wait here in the car.
Yeah. If we all barge in and something happens, we'll be devastated.
Now that you mention it, at least one of us should be staying behind as well.
I am not staying.
Us three will be plenty. We'll end this in a flash. No problem.
The same as always. Although, we have no idea what might be waiting for us on the other side. Don't get careless.
Right.
This situation, it brings back memories.
Ready!
Why enter the TV? What's going on?
I stand there
Is
blankly.
the stolen cargo inside the TV?
Ooh, should I chase after them? If I turn back here, we may never be able to find the three of them again. If that happens, the truth about the case will be lost forever. Her property was placed into the TV world. It means that whoever stole it knows the truth about last year's events. And if that's the case, then I can't ignore this no matter what my assigned task is. Plus,
Well, if they're determined to enter the TV despite not knowing the risks, I can hardly allow cowardice to prevent me from following.
I realize that the straw breaking the camel's back is not logic, but my pride, I smile to myself. But my mind was made up. I stand up, look around, and step inside the same television they used. Fuck yeah, Naoto. Yeah, I'm just gonna place a bookmark, there. Like, whatever. It's been a while since I felt this falling sensation, but this time the sensation feels to continue longer than it did when we were in our TV as part of the investigation team. Before I know it, the falling has ended. I take cover behind a pillar and look around for the three shadow operatives. Did I lose them? We all entered from the same television, so we should have arrived in the same place. I relax a little and take a look around. When I stand up, I notice it, but it's difficult to believe. Take a good look, hard look. This is a school. Not only that, but
Asogami High School? What's going on?
this is the gate to the school I attend. The familiar school building is inside, but there's something unfamiliar out in front. There's a stack of strange monitors. They're all displaying the words P1 Grand Prix. This place looks like the real world, but there's something warped around it. Warped about it. Fuck. Feels like the world is dangerous again, like it was while we were investigating the incident. But this world has returned to the way it was before. While I'm thinking this, students come walking out of the building. They gathered together and soon the area is filled with people.
Impossible. How could there be this many people in the TV world?
Suddenly the students surround me and start cheering. See an all too familiar burst of static play across the monitors. Ooh. Oh, okay, here's the P1 Grand Prix.
Rivals.
Okay, yeah, we could just skip that. So she did get to see it, that's great.
What?
Killjoy Detective? The shock leaves me dumbfounded for a while. Plus, Yu Senpai Sister Complex Kingpin. Well, it's true that... No, calm down, Naoto. Calm down and analyze the situation. This otherworldly program where real people's follables are exaggerated to unworldly proportions. The static before the video made it very clear this broadcast could only be the Midnight Channel. And what was this fighting tournament about? The members of the investigation team are the combatants?
It seemed that Teddy was acting as the host for this.
All of us know that Senpai is coming back to Inaba during Golden Week. And could this be some kind of way to welcome him back? No. Calling him a Sister Complex Kingpin, that's not welcome, that's a challenge. Who would publicize a negative nickname like that? Besides, whatever the reason, I can't imagine that someone would seriously want us all to fight each other. What is going on? Does it mean that the rest of them are in the TV world as well? Without warning, the sound of microphone feedback pierces my ears.
Hello, boys and girls of Yasogami. Sorry for the wait.
That voice. That's Rise-san.
Students go wild. On the monitors, Teddy appears to be wearing some sort of costume.
I'm proud to announce the commencement of our very own P1 Grand Prix!
It looks like Rise and Teddy are the ones running this. Do they really plan on holding this P1 Grand Prix?
And now the moment you've all been waiting for, the challenger in our first battle.
If that promotional video is correct, then are the members of the investigation team going to show up? Just as I lean forward to see what's going on, the spotlight shines directly into my face, blinding me.
Naoto Shirogane!
What?
The students around me raise their fists into the air and shout, "This is a this is a Piccolodachi!" It seems that I won't be able to chase Kirijo-san down at this rate. First the plane hijacking, now another unforeseen interruption.
Come on down now, Chan!
Teddy, what is the meaning of this?
Didn't you watch the intro video? It's a fighting tournament!
I gathered as much, but I was asking why you would do such a thing. Pitting friend against friend in battle is going too far for a joke.
It's not a joke, though. I'm giving this 100%, just like I always do. Now get out there now, Chan. Show me everything you've got.
You're not making any sense. Besides, there's...
While I'm speaking, I feel the area in front of me twist. I close my eyes at once. When I open them, I see that only certain things around me have been warped by whatever that was. The scene on the monitors, the students around me, I blink and rub my eyes, but soon realize that my ears aren't playing tricks on me.
Are these students an illusion someone is creating?
With their skins missing, the students have become dark shapes that only resemble a human form. These are these shadows of some sort? Well, I do find it hard to believe that so many people could have wandered to the TV world. Even if this many people did get in here, the town would be in an uproar over the mass disappearance of so many students. It makes more sense for them to be shadows, but if that's the case, why did I see them as students? Could it be Teddy and Rise do both have the power to interfere with other people's thoughts to a certain extent? Maybe possible for them to be projecting illusions into my mind. That would prove that the two of them really are the hosts of this show. I decide not to jump to any conclusions for now. Even if the two of them are behind this, why would they hold a tournament and deceive me with illusions? I won't be able to figure out anything until I determine what their objective is. As I'm considering my next course of action, Teddy, or should I say General Teddy, speaks directly to me.
What are you all fidgety for now, Chan? You need to powder your nose?
No! Anyway, if this is not a joke, can I assume you won't easily let me go?
Bingo! You have to win the fight if you want to move on. Only the one who makes it to the very end is set free.
This is getting me nowhere. Talking to him isn't helping me figure out what's going on here.
Let's get this started. Bring out the first opponent.
Another spotlight appears across from me. A person steps out of the darkness. It's
been a while now, Tom.
you!
Senpai? Why are you here?
I promised I'd come back during Golden Week. Don't tell me you forgot.
No. Of course I remembered. It's just, I didn't expect to see you here.
I could say the same thing. I heard you couldn't make it because of your job.
Yes. Actually, I'm here on matters related to my work. It came as a surprise to me as well.
Huh. Looks like you're as uninterested in socializing as always.
Huh? What did he just say?
Everyone says that though they think of you as a friend, they never get the same vibe from you.
That's not true. I just happen to be busy with a case. But really, now's not...
Work, work, work. I guess work's all you care about in the end. Even now. I'd say you're more concerned with your work than us. I get it. Hanging out with people outside work is a burden for you. It's like an invasion of your privacy.
Senpai?
He's not the type of person to speak so poorly of others, is he? Is this an illusion
Relax.
too?
I'll help get you knocked out of the tournament so you can get back to the work you love so much.
He summoned his persona.
What? Are you serious?
Senpai attacked me with his persona. That wasn't an illusion, it was real. If he'd hit me, I would have been seriously hurt. But now I know something. He's clearly not in his right mind now. The leader of the investigation team I knew would never, under any circumstances, harm his friends.
What a reunion this is turning into. If I must fight you, I will.
Fuck yeah. Yeah, I'll just place a bookmark there. Yeah, time for Naoto to shoot. Guess what, K6? Naoto? She has a gun! Gun go up.
Finally! Fight!
Go! I must go! Please! Assault!
Go!
Assault! What? Do it! What?
I'll show you.
Assault! There you are! Elementary! Persona! What? Stay down! There!
Easy enough.
Now is the time!
Hey!
There!
Yo, that was sick! Gun go up!
What a disappointment.
My shoulders heave as I gasp for breath. I managed to win, but Senpai was as strong as ever.
Naoto, are you okay?
Yes.
Senpai stands up and offers me his hand as I sit on the ground. Despite the fact that he was hurt worse than I was, the look in his eyes shows that he is seriously worried about me. He's a completely different person than the person I saw before the battle. Yes, this is the person I know.
Thank goodness.
Huh?
I mean, are you all right too, Senpai? I'm sorry for hurting you, even though the circumstances demanded it.
Sorry I fucking shot you. Did you like my, basic super attack? I've been working on it. Look cool as hell.
Oh, everything's fine here. You're back to the usual Naoto, I see.
The usual?
What's that supposed to mean? I wonder about the use of his word usual. There are more important matters at hand.
Can you tell me what's going on here?
Senpai tells me about what happened at Inaba while I was gone, and I lost for words. The Midnight Channel started to air again. The video that I saw was the promotional video for something called the P1 Grand Prix. Apparently it had been shown a few times before I just saw it. Wait, that video. it was shown all over town. No, now is not the time for that sort of thing to discourage me. Who? According to you, Senpai, not only did the Midnight Channel make a comeback, but several of us, Kanji, Teddy, and Rise, have gone missing. Well, I mean, we know what Kanji is up to. Senpai and the others entered the TV at Junes to investigate
I was
this.
shocked to see it looking completely different than before.
Indeed. But it seems, at least in part, to be an illusion.
Really?
In fact, the students gathered to watch our battle were not real.
Oh, yeah. They did seem like shadows, but different somehow. I didn't get the sense that they were hostile, though.
I thought that Rise-san and Teddy might have been illusions too, but both have gone missing. And given their persona abilities...
Cut myself off. Senpai shakes his head in
It's
response.
possible that really was them. But we should have faith. If our enemy can use illusions, they might be victims as well.
You're right. I can at least have more faith in my friends than that.
I raised my head to look at Senpai's, who was watching me. Our eyes meet, and I hurriedly look away.
Why are you here, Naoto?
That's...
There's the question. Well, it's only natural, but I'm here on business, not anything personal. Cannot disclose the details of my investigation. Not only are there rules, but if I spoke up, I would end up getting him involved. I have to avoid that at all costs, as I'm deciding what to say.
You know, forget I asked. I'm just happy to see you again.
Me too. Oh, I'm sorry.
What's the matter now?
I mean, well, about me being unsociable. Please understand that it's not because my work is more important than my friends.
Huh? I've never thought that about you at all. I don't think any of us have.
Senpai.
Alrighty, time to break up your little chat.
Hey, fuck you, Teddy. That was very sweet. Fuck you.
Teddy?
Now John wins! Very impressive beating up the almighty sensei. But now it's time for you to go on. Your next opponent's already waiting.
When his speech is over, the monitor shuts off. Next opponent, huh? Rather not continue this charade, but I have to push forward in order to get a hold of the
Well
situation.
then, we should get going.
Yu Senpai nods reassuringly. Feel a sense of relief welling up within me. Can't let my guard down, but knowing that Senpai is with me to help me face whatever lies ahead, I know I have nothing to fear except an invisible wall. Or so I thought. Yeah, Senpai is walking next to me when he suddenly stops.
What the? An invisible wall? What is this? And how come you can pass through?
A wall, there's nothing there. I waved my hand to the place where Senpai said he couldn't pass through, but I don't feel anything. But Senpai doesn't look like he's faking it. The monitor turns on again. Teddy's face fills the screen.
Huh? Did I forget to tell you? Only the winner can move on to the next fight. No one's getting out of this school until a champion's been crowned. Only the one who fights to the very end and comes out on top can leave.
So neither opponent can leave the area unless they fight each other. You go on ahead, Naoto. I'll try and find a way to catch up.
Very well. Be careful, Senpai.
I will. See you later.
I'm hesitant to leave Senpai behind, but it can't be helped. I like to try to destroy the wall, but there's nothing I can do if I can't touch it. With Senpai smiling at me, I decide to go on ahead. Looks like no matter how many people I fight, I'll have to progress by myself. You can do it, Naoto. I believe in you. After some time walking, I run smack into something even though there's nothing there. I didn't understand what was going on at first, but I soon come to realize something. So this is one of those invisible walls Senpai was talking about. Seems that some of them won't allow anyone to pass no matter who wins the fights. It's completely transparent. The only way to know that it's there is to feel its glass-like smoothness. I have no choice but to take a detour, but time after time the walls keep getting in my way. I'm not choosing my path, I'm being herded. I suppose I'm following some sort of plan laid out by whoever set this up. After I opened the door to the gym, I saw space cleared away for that. As I expected, General Teddy appears on the monitor.
You're so slow now, Chan. Your second opponent's been waiting for you.
I've said it before, but I don't intend to fight my friends.
Alrighty, let's do this. Bring out the next opponent.
Yo, 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 how's it hanging now, doll?
Oh no.
Kanji-kun?
Well, he certainly looks like Kanji, but it only looks
You know,
that
I've been
way.
thinking, the way you talk is so lame.
Huh?
Thought I was ready to face anyone, but this isn't a matter of being in my right mind or not. Is this an illusion? Oh, please let this
It's
one
like
be an illusion.
way too uptight and goody-goody. Makes you sound so distant, you dig?
Even illusion kanji is just so fucking great. You dig?
Is that so?
See, that's what I'm talking about. You could have just said, "Oh, you think so?"
You think so?
Ah, now you're getting it. Now I feel like I'm on your wavelength.
Kanji, what have you been smoking, man?
Thanks. Then again, relatability aside, I feel like you were miles away from me to begin with.
Hey, you're doing it again. What's with the Miss Manners act?
I'm sorry. It's a habit of mine.
Or maybe it's that you don't care about getting close to us, huh? You don't feel like you gotta bother getting to know us and stuff?
Of course I don't think... Hell no, man.
No, I like Naoto's just blunt, you know, kind of dry attitude. It's really cute.
You never warm up to anyone because you set your standards so goddamn high.
Oh dear, he's shown his true self.
Is it, you know what? Are you putting on a show of not letting anyone near you because you got no confidence in yourself? Is that it?
Kanji-kun.
They may be false accusations, but some of those statements are hitting home. Can't brush off these words, and my heart
Why are you
aches.
so nervous? Your height? Your body? That girly voice? Let me give you a little lesson in manliness. I hope you're ready for the pain.
This is
Wait a
insanity.
second, I didn't say any...
And then we got fight. Just gonna place bookmark.
Finally!
You're right there, you are. Okay.
The hell?
I was hit! Persona! There you are. Okay. Really?
Eat this!
Do it! Persona! Really? Really?
One side has a slight advantage, although
Assault! Now is the time!
Better be too easy.
I don't know how to properly cancel the gun, but it's fine.
Here I go.
That's nothing.
Initiate! Mundo!
go for the kill.
Damn, she has Mudo? Damn.
Total reversal. What a miraculous victory.
So she just has like the insta-kill attack. Damn, that's funny.
Kanji-kun, are you alright?
Of course I am. Your attacks are like little bug bites. I just let my guard down, that's all.
I don't know if he's acting tough or just trying to be courteous to me, but at least he's back to the usual kanji. The usual kanji. Usual? Wait, didn't you Senpai say that too? Well, at the very least, it seems that the spell is broken once the battle ends. Let out a sigh of relief. Still, for some reason, kanji has yet to look
Are
this
you
way.
really okay? I was told that the others lost contact with you, so how did you come to be here?
How? Well, it was a change of pace?
He just doesn't want to admit he accidentally fell into the TV.
You came into the TV for a change of pace? Did something happen? I'm willing to listen if you'd like to talk about it.
Something to talk about. I mean, wait, not that I don't want to talk to you, but like it's not that I do want to talk or that I don't want to. Anyways, it's just sometimes a man wants to go inside a TV by himself.
Damn right, kanji.
I'm not sure I follow.
Yeah, you wouldn't understand, Naoto. you just wouldn't get it.
Off my back, Willie. I didn't come in here because I like it. Actually, no. That is why I came. Because I like this place.
When Kanji turns around, his face is red, but with anger or something
I
else.
just don't understand why you're being so loud about it and blushing so fiercely.
I wasn't blushing. Besides, it was all your fault. You're the one that was, well, being all, you know.
Me? What are you talking about?
You want me to come out and say it? Jeez. I thought you'd gone crazy because of that.
Me? Crazy? You were the one who was acting oddly, calling me now doll and whatnot.
Now, doll? Why would I call you that?
Wait a second. Acting strangely.
Saw Kanji as if he's gone mad, but he saw me as the same. And yet, both of us claimed that we hadn't gone crazy. I get it now. That's why Senpai called me the usual Naoto.
Of course. An illusion.
Huh?
I believe we were both under the illusion that the other had lost their mind. That's why neither of us remembers saying what the other heard.
Illusions, huh?
It must be a scheme to make friends fight each other. But if that's the case...
It's not as simple as the person I have to fight being crazy. You and Kanji both said things that dig deep into my personal problems. If these are illusions, then whoever's creating them has to be someone who knows
The
us.
ability to interfere with other senses, the prior knowledge of us, putting it all together, it must be.
Must be what?
The Teddy acting as the tournament's host, as well as Rise-san, must be genuine.
You moron, there's no way it's them.
I look up at Kanji in
That
surprise.
Ted and Rise are fakes. Come on. Not twisted like that. You of all people ought to know.
He doesn't have any proof, but his unshakable trust in us sets me at ease. Even if I told him that Rise and Teddy are both missing, I'm sure his answer wouldn't change.
Who else then?
Well, you know, there is someone here besides us. I saw her on my way here. Some girl with long hair.
A girl. Did she happen to be wearing a white fur shawl and combat gear beneath it?
Her? What are you talking about? She had on a normal Yasuo girl's uniform and her hair was like tied back.
A female student with tied back hair? I don't recall anyone like that.
Thought you might have run into Kirijo-san, but that doesn't appear to have been the case. Is that girl Kanji-kun's talking about a suspect? Can't tell
I'll
for sure.
keep it in mind. Well, I should be moving on.
Hold on, I'll come with... Wait, what the hell?
Ah, the invisible walls again. Just like last time, I can't
The
touch it
rules
myself.
seem to dictate that only the victor can proceed. I'll come for you later.
Don't bother. I'll figure this out myself somehow. That aside, you beat me. You better make sure you're the champion in the end.
That's completely irrelevant to the larger objective.
I leave Kanji behind to push on ahead. Hell no, Kanji gets it. Like, no matter what's going on, if you have the chance to become a champion, you take that chance. You run with it. We're being shown illusions that portray our opponents as having lost their senses. But why is the host of this tournament going to such elaborate lengths? Obviously, it's to get people who know each other to fight. But is that the only goal? Still, I wonder how I appeared to Senpai and Kanji. I'm not that worried about Senpai, but thinking about Kanji's reaction, how he had blushed, is burning a hole in my stomach. As I walk down the hall, I come to another likely location for a match. Just as I figured, Teddy appears on the screen.
Your next opponent is a special guest. We've got a lady jumping in on the fun. It'll be a big emotional reunion for you now, Chan.
Could it be?
Bring out the next opponent!
Chie.
Kirijo-san.
Oh, Mitsuru.
Shirogane, why are you here?
Oh.
I thought you were...
This is a problem. I didn't think we'd run into each other so soon.
The purpose of this event is to have the participants fight. Because there's only one path to take, I figured we would run into each other sooner or later. Never imagined that it would be this early on, though. No, there's something else I need to be concerned with. Like the previous times, the opponents will not be seeing each other correctly. With that in mind, I watch her closely. As I expected, I see a change in her. Tsiru's face twists into an expression of contempt, and her composure shatters.
Say I'm surprised to see you here would be an understatement.
I don't reply. There's no point in saying anything after all.
The silent treatment. How ridiculous that you, who lives a lie, would dig up other people's hidden secrets for a living. You seem gentle, but you maintain an aloof distance that keeps people at arm's length. I've thought that since our first meeting. At first, I thought it must be typical of a detective. But that doesn't seem to be the case. You simply lack confidence in yourself.
If I have confidence in my gun, I have some trouble staying
You
silent.
hide your true nature because you know that once you grow close to someone, you'll no longer be able to protect your pride. That's why you won't let anyone in. You use your job as a pretext to keep your distance and never get too attached. And it's from that position that you're trying to discover what others are hiding? How contradictory. Not to mention completely ridiculous and unfair.
I clench my fist in spite of myself.
Persona.
Persona? Kirijo-san's relentless words. Even if it's only an illusion, I begin to feel that if I lose, I'll never be able to look her in the eye again. I cannot lose here.
I'd like to answer your charges, but I see no need. There is no reason to defend myself against the accusations of an illusion.
I like that. I like that Naoto is just like immediately not seeing through the bullshit. Like she's like, I'm just gonna take this on. Fuck this.
Finally.
No way! That's enough! I'm a hit! Do it! Go! Hey! Okay. I'm coming for you! Here I go!
Fuck.
Okay. I'm a hit! Go! Please! There! Here I go! Okay. Go! There! I'm a hit! Okay. Assault! Stay down!
Turn the tide?
No! You want to stay!
Better luck next time. I'll be over in moments.
Initiate! Hold on! Do
Well,
it!
still standing.
Here I go! Fight
Fuck it, mash out auto combo!
Won't happen!
What a reversal.
There!
This match is
Do it!
in the air.
There you are!
Both sides barely have any
I'm sorry.
Fuck. Okay, so I have no idea how to like cancel her gun attack. Like, fuck. It's like, because when you're in the gun stance, you know, you're just there aiming.
There you are. Okay. I'm a hit. Go. No, go. There. Okay. Hey, they hit. Okay. I'm a hit.
Okay.
Leo, go for me. No, you want to stay. Okay. This should be in the ground. Initiate. Hold on. What? Okay. I must hit. I must hit. Well, drop. I'm counter. You want to stay.
Better luck next time. Still standing.
Artemisia. Now is the time. This should be in the ground. Hey, they hit.
Ooh, we're leading. Can the leaders through?
This can't be.
There we go.
Okay.
Swim difference was a deciding factor.
Okay, I gotta use the bathroom real quick. Sorry. Okay, sorry about that. Let's get back to it.
You're stronger than you look. It seems you're a skilled fighter. And a persona user as well, huh?
With that, Kirijo
I'd
stands
like
up.
to clear something up. Before our battle, I may have said or done some things that seemed disrespectful, but
I understand. We were shown illusions to goad us into fighting each other.
So you already knew. You are a credit to the Shirogane name, then. In that case, well, I'm willing to forget all the things you said about my body.
Ooh. Wait, what? Her body? What did the illusionary me say?
Though, if you're a persona user, that gives weight to two of my theories.
Kirijo looked straight at me.
One is that you were one of those who solved last year's serial murders. The few proud anonymous heroes.
I shrug, and then I brace myself for the other shoe to drop. Know what she's about to say.
The other is that you were one of my enemies. You were an observer at the hijacking, which means a persona user was sent specifically, yet you hid that from me. Somehow I doubt you were there just to watch over the cargo. If my suspicions aren't off base, then there's something I must say.
In all honesty, I feel like I have no defense for what's going to happen next. I begin trying to find a way to make it through this conversation without ruining whatever goodwill I may still have with her. But Kirijo's next words take me completely by surprise.
Shirogane, can I ask for your cooperation once again?
What?
You know more about this world than I do, and since I lost our match, I will be unable to move on from here.
Wait a moment. I thought you distrusted me.
Even if I did, is continuing to oppose each other the wisest course of action?
I have no words. Kirijo smiles and she watches me. Her proposal completely surprised me. My surprise must have confirmed what she was thinking about me. She knew that I'm not the type of person who would become her enemy under normal circumstances. That's why she smiled. I am no match for her. She's on a completely different level than I am. It's not a matter of social rank, she simply has the type of personality that makes people want to follow her. Kirijo doesn't wait for me to answer and
As you have
continues.
guessed, we are here in pursuit of the stolen cargo. Upon investigation, we figured out that it contained the 5th generation anti-shadow suppression weapon, Labris. She was a machine, developed as one of a series of test models. They were intended to receive personas in order to combat shadows.
Isn't a persona the manifestation of one's strength of heart? How could a machine be capable of using a persona?
You're right to ask that. Labris has a mind of her own. We don't know what she looks like, but it's probably very close to human.
A humanoid machine. I did see something fitting that description before I came to the TV world. So that was a weapon developed by the Kirijo group. A humanoid robot, one with a heart at that. This is the fruits of Kirijo technology created from the research of shadows. I cannot help but be surprised. However, if the culprits were specifically after this Labris weapon, there's a high probability that it has been removed from its case and is mobile. But I can't fathom how that would benefit the thieves. There's one thing I can deduce though.
Around the time of the robbery, we began to see activity in this world as well. I doubt this is a coincidence. I feel sure that your Labris is connected to this ridiculous tournament.
I agree.
Before I know what I'm doing, I reach out to shake hands with
I
Kirijo.
accept your earlier proposal. And I think I'd best hurry.
Thank you. And I'm sorry. Your friends must be facing their own troubles. It's possible that they've met Labris without knowing it, too.
They'll be all right, I'm sure.
The record showed that Labris had some unknown experimental equipment. We don't know what she's capable of. Don't take her lightly.
I really do like how Mitsuru and Naoto are just like, let's just put aside any other bullshit. Let's just deal with this as is, right? You know, Mitsuru is not super upset, like, oh, you're here to spy on me. She's like, that's something we deal with later, right?
Oh, no, that isn't what I meant. She has a heart, yes? Then fighting her isn't our only option. She can be saved. I'm sure the others will reach the same conclusion.
I see.
When I say that, I can see a smile on her face. I can tell she believes in her friends as well.
Yes, I meant to ask. Have you been able to contact your friends?
I shake
No.
my head.
2 of them have analysis-capable personas, but both of them have gone missing.
I actually have a few powers in that area myself. Can you tell me what these friends of yours look like?
I give her... shit. I give her as detailed descriptions of Rise and Teddy as I can.
A bear costume and a girl. Are they...
Yes, they're the ones acting as hosts for this tournament, but they're not usually like this.
I see. Well, anyway, knowing that will make searching for them easier. Let me see.
Kirijo focuses and closed her eyes. Her power must allow her to see an image as she searches. May only be a few powers, but still quite amazing.
I'm getting a match some ways from here. It's not moving either.
This is the Tartarus theme! Fuck yeah!
Aha! I found her. Can you hear me?
Who is this?
My name is Mitsuru Kirijo. I'm with one of your friends, Shirogane.
Kirijo looks at me and nods. She is communicating to me so that Rise can hear my voice as well.
Rise-san!
Naoto-kun, is it really you?
Yes, though I could ask the same of you, Rise-san.
I'm so glad. This weird fake Teddy kidnapped me and then everyone was fighting each other and...
So Rise-san's voice on the PA system was a fake. If that's the case, then there's no reason to believe that the image of Teddy on the monitor is the real thing either.
It's all right. Please calm down. Do you know where you are right now?
It looks like an announcement room, but there are these invisible walls stopping me from leaving. Plus, the fake Teddy is watching me, so I can't use my persona.
I don't know who that fake Teddy is, but it seems that Rise and the real Teddy were kidnapped to deprive us of a means of communication. In other words, to keep us fooled while we were in this world. Then again, that explains nothing about whatever objective could be gained by doing this to us. How does Labrys's existence tie into this?
Thanks. Kirijo-san, right? Wait, Kirijo? I know that name. That's not important now. Are you a persona user too?
Yes, but we can discuss that later. I sense a shadow-like presence very close to your position. Are you all right?
The only thing near here is the fake Teddy. Wait, is that what you're talking about?
So it's a shadow.
I was hesitant to make a decision. Kirijo does not know Teddy. Of course, she wouldn't know his origins. Even if the general was the real Teddy, she would probably think of him as a shadow if she didn't know better. But if the general is merely something else that's taking on his appearance, it leads to a completely different conclusion. That is, it's a shadow from a normal human who doesn't have any tolerance for this world. But if that's the case, then why is this shadow mimicking Teddy? I don't have enough pieces to begin solving this puzzle yet. While I'm in the process of thinking things through, Kirijo speaks up.
Shirogane, you need to hurry on. I'll try to maintain communication as best I can and keep you in the loop.
All right then, I'm off. Stay safe.
I nod back to her and start running, onward, to the announcement room where Rise is being held. Do we have to fight Aegis now? So I hurry on, led by invisible walls. I reach classroom. I'll be forced into another fight here too, no doubt.
Looks like you're chugging right along. And now, another special guest for you. The gloves may be off, putting you up against this one, so I want to see
Akihiko.
your best moves out there, Naochan. Now, bring out the next opponent!
Yep. I see a silhouette framed in the spotlight. It's, well, how can I forget that attire?
You're Akihiko Sanada, as I recall.
Interesting. I've been gone for a while, and here I meet a stranger who knows who I am.
You're a member of Mitsuru Kirijo's organization. Her friend, actually, no?
Oh, I see. So it's really Mitsuru you're interested in, ace detective.
His words caused me to tense up. He just called me Ace Detective. Perhaps that was just a guess for my family name Shirogane, but he could know that I'm spying on them for the police. I carefully search his eyes for anything that might tell me how much he knows. He looks me over from head to toe, and I immediately sneer mocking.
Jeez, look at you.
He
You have the
sneers.
physique of a 12-year-old.
What?
A detective needs a strong body more than a strong brain. All-night research sessions, long stakeouts. You need stamina for that. But look at those twiggy arms and legs of yours. You've got an overdeveloped chest, but from the looks of it, I'd say it's all fat and no muscle. Seriously.
What?
What is wrong with him? That's the part of my self-image I'm most
Let me
sensitive
teach you
about.
the secret to bodybuilding.
Oh, hell yeah!
First thing, protein. Second thing, protein. Third, fourth, and fifth, more protein.
Fuck yeah, Sonata!
Don't you think that's rather unbalanced?
Sonata flexes his muscles like a bodybuilder.
Finally,
Hell
we
yeah.
gotta spar. 1, 2. Ha!
He said sparring, but that punch was meant to do serious damage. This is absurd. However, putting his unhinged talk aside, his skill as a fighter isn't something I should take lightly. Shoot, I can't dodge them at all.
Akihiko,
Mitsuru?
Sonata stops suddenly as a familiar voice echoes through the
You're
room.
under the effects of an illusion. Shirogane has done nothing. Do not attack.
What do you mean? He's the one who attacked me all of a sudden.
I attacked.
Suddenly I remember. That's right, this is an illusion. Never met Sonata before, so I don't know what his usual self is supposed to be. On top of that, I allowed the first thing he said to get under my skin. How stupid of me. I let myself get swept up in the situation and failed to realize what was
From
really
my
happening.
perspective, it was you who dealt the first blow. We were both being shown an illusion to make us fight each other.
Shirogane is an excellent detective and a persona user. I told him everything.
Him.
He's agreed to cooperate with us.
Oh no, him.
He was originally on the scene as a police observer in this case, so we've already met.
Kirijo and I explained to Sonata what has been happening up until now. It's a relief to learn that despite his appearance, he actually is quite a reasonable man and quick to pick up on
That
things.
noise-like phenomenon that fogs your senses is already gone. You should be able to communicate normally now.
We introduce ourselves and shake hands.
Looks like I fell for a cheap trick.
I'm sorry for forgetting myself too. I can't even claim to have been unaware of the deception.
So you're a persona user, huh? Well, since fate already brought us together, want to test your skills before you move on?
Sonata slams his fists together.
Akihiko, you're doing it again. Just cooperate with him.
Akihiko, you autistic retard! For fuck's sakes, read the room!
All right. Come on, Naoto, let's go.
Oh, wait, the tournament rules say...
As Sonata walks away, oops. As I figured, he hit the wall.
Right? What's the matter? What happened?
I don't know. There's some kind of invisible wall here.
The rules dictate that only the winner of each match can advance. So,
He was flustered mere seconds ago, but now Sonata has taken on a more lively
So
expression.
we need to have a match, even though we've got nothing against each other.
I like literally the only person that they can actually make work for this exact scenario where there's no more illusion bullshit, but they still have to fight. It's only Akihiko. Like everyone else would just kind of be like, you know what, Naoto? Like I'll give you this one. I forfeit. You know, just like hit me and like, oh no. But Akihiko's like, we can still fight though. It's great.
We're fighting after all, then, huh? All right then, come at me.
please go easy on me.
I could almost hear Kirijo sigh in exasperation. And then Kirijo said, Mitsuru's just like, oh, like, of all the people to have come on this mission, it just had to fucking be Akihiko. Like, that's what's going through her mind right now. It's great.
Final.
Okay. Okay.
I'm a scare. I must hit. Do it.
Can this really be sustained?
Okay.
Please. What?
Gotten. Of course we have to kill him with like pop pop pop. Girl see her twig arms and legs and saying she has huge boobs. Yeah, based Akihiko. It's like
That was a great bout. You're good.
About?
like everyone is sick of his shit already, but he's unaware. Like I get that. Oh, Chazz, not everyone is in Persona is autistic. Akihiko 100% just emanates raw autistic energy. I love it.
What an annoying rule.
Wait a second. That reminds me. I saw that guy calling himself General walking with a girl. If only one person can move on, that's against the rules.
The fake Teddy and Rise were together all this time. And could the girl he's talking about be Rise?
Do you
No.
remember the details of what this girl looked like?
Sonata tells me about the girl he's seen. What he says matches the description of the unknown girl Kanji talked about, which means that there's a high probability that the person seen walking with her was not the general, but the real Teddy. At the very least, this is evidence against the argument that Teddy is the general. This creates another theory, though. If the general is not really Teddy, then he's someone else's shadow. There's only one person that fits the bill. Well, not person
If
per se,
that girl
but...
was Labrys, then, well, is it possible we're dealing with her shadow?
That's right, Labrys. That's right, Labrys. If she has a heart capable of using a persona, then it stands to reason that she could create a shadow. In light of how the events of last year played out, it makes perfect sense. She was kidnapped by someone who threw her into the TV world, creating a reflection of her heart.
None of the data I have shows any connection between Labrys and Yasagami High. On top of which, I don't see how she'd know about you or your friends.
I've been having doubts about that as well, but at least I have a feel for what's going on. What Labrys' kidnappers hope to gain from this remains unknown, however. At any rate, it wouldn't be good if the shadow were to run into its owner. Either way, it's best if we head to the announcement room. It's much more logical to restrain the false Teddy, since I know his location, than it would be to have to search for Labrys somewhere in this world. Still, if that really is Teddy with Labrys, why are they traveling together?
Sheesh, what's that Teddy doing? I'm sorry I can't help much, Kirijo-san.
You'll have to forgive me for my meager skills as well. My persona's communication powers are more for operational assistance. A friend of mine from school was much stronger than myself in that respect, but...
Oh no, it's all that stupid bear's fault anyway. He's a real genius for making people worry.
Man, it's strange running into so many Persona users I've never heard of all at once. Gotta say, brings back memories.
For us, too. We were as surprised as you. Not to say that the possibility of other Persona users hadn't crossed our minds, but to actually meet them.
What you said about a friend from school kinda reminds me of us, too. What was school like for you? I'd like to hear about it.
Well, ignoring Akihiko's current appearance, he was a boxing champion in his student days.
Hey, that dig was uncalled for.
After that, I don't know what went through his brain, but he started saying he wanted to search for stronger opponents.
He went on a journey to hone his skills? I thought that only happened in comics and old samurai films.
I thought I had to do it, so I did it. That's all.
Peaceful moment was shadowed by Kirijo-san's voice.
What's this I'm sensing? It's like a shadow, but bigger.
Another shadow presence, and it isn't the false Teddy.
Huh? What's going on? That fake Teddy left the announcement room.
Rise made a report immediately after that. Sonata and I look at each other. Seems like the situation is changing. Sonata nods to me as if taking a small bow, and I run off. No one was watching over her anymore. Rise was able to summon her persona. The job of providing support moved from Kirijo, who not all of us knew, to Rise. Rise contacted the rest of us and let's talk to each other for a moment.
Rise-chan? Oh, thank God you're safe!
Don't worry, the others are here too. We'll rescue you in no time.
Huh? Wait, why is Naoto here?
I can't help but smile as I tell them about the others I had seen so far. Seems we're all safe for now. And now that we can communicate, we're greatly increased our awareness of the situation and our ability to share information. The general must have known that leaving Rise alone would result in this. If he did know, but left her anyway, there must have been something major happening. Either that, or he no longer has any reason to hide. I hurry on while we share what we know. The actual design of this place may differ from the real Yasagami High School, but the general layout appears to be the same. So if I climb the stairs and turn the corner, the announcement room should be right there. However, Rise calls out a warning before I can get up there.
Bad news, Naoto-kun! The fake Teddy's back!
I'm too late.
Huh? What the? Is that the real Teddy? Hey, the real Teddy's here too! He's got some girl with him. I don't know her.
The fact that Rise's communication didn't get cut off once General Teddy reappeared is somewhat worrisome. But then again, General Teddy doesn't have the time to bother watching Rise. After all, if the real Teddy and Labrys were both right there as well, he has more important things to be concerned with. This confirms that General Teddy is a fake. It's only natural then to assume that he is Labrys' shadow in disguise. That makes things dangerous. Labrys and her shadow are confronting each other. Rise should know the dangers of this situation, but she doesn't know Labrys. She might not realize what the relationship is between the girl and the shadow. I have to warn her, but before I can speak, it happened.
What's with that girl?
Static gets worse.
Rise-san!
Why can't I communicate with her when we're so close? There's something happening in the announcement room. I run as fast as I can towards it. As I reach the door, I hear a loud scream from inside. Gun! I slam the door open without a second thought, prepared for a fight. but the attack came from an unexpected assailant. Of anyone in that room, I wouldn't have thought it'd be. To be continued. Ooh. It's Adachi! Okay, so now we have Mitsuru, Akihiko, and Aigus. I will say, like, the story mode is good, but one annoying thing about it is trying to get through it all. Like, it's I get the feeling that this is one of those things where you are obviously supposed to do this in small bits, right? You do one story mode, move on. One story mode, move on. That kind of shit. But, you know, I'm trying to just get through it as fast as I can, and it's like, it's not the fastest thing to get through, but, you know, it's fine. Late November, the year 2010, the darkness fell without warning. Okay, so now we finally moved on from Persona 4 cast to Persona 3 cast. So this is actually really cool. I'm excited for this. At the same time, the previously busy examination room fell so silent that the man...
Hey, what happened?
He called toward the back of the room, but no answer came. After working for public safety for over a decade, he thought little could face him anymore, but this was uncomfortably alien. It was no ordinary blackout. If it were, the faint light from the machines running on battery power, such as cell phones, would remain. But the silence disturbed him even more. He hadn't heard so much as a single cry. As he looked around, he saw a spot in the darkness. Something was giving off an eerie glow, as if painted in incandescent pigments. Yep, it's the dark hour. Once his eyes began to adjust to the darkness, he was able to faintly make out the area around that light. The shining spot was revealed as a small, strangely decorated box, one that the man had only just delivered to the forensics unit.
Forensics team! What the hell is...
He called out, still squinting at the shadow of a person he could see at the window before him. But as the shape resolved, he saw it was nothing. He saw it was not a person's shadow at all. He had no words to describe it. At first glance, it seemed to be a coffin. Indeed, that's what it was shaped like. But he had never seen a coffin standing upright, tall as an adult, shining like a dark crystal. Yet that was clearly what the crystalline mass was, squatting in the spot where a window clerk normally stood. And upon closer examination, it wasn't the only one. At desks in front of the evidence shelf next to a reference computer, the objects towered everywhere, as if they had taken the place of humans.
What are these?
A chill ran down the man's spine. Their people was the first thought that instinctively came to mind. Was this the reason he couldn't hear anyone's voice? Was it because everyone else but him was?
What's going on?
Once the fear set in, it wasn't easy to shake off. His familiar office was starting to look like a grotesque netherworld. Felt quite sure that he had to get out. Quickly, he turned and grabbed the knob to the door, which he had just entered, but...
What the?
It didn't budge. It wasn't that the door was locked, preventing the knob from turning the latch. The knob was completely frozen in place.
Is anyone here? Hey! Let me out!
The man slammed his fist against the door, yelling in desperation, but the sensation he felt when his fist impacted the surface wasn't that of hitting a door. He felt completely at odds with what he saw, as if a picture of a door had been drawn onto a solid wall. It was then that the man noticed another light, similar in color to that emanating from the box, could be seen on part of his hand as he swung it forward. It was a ring, and suddenly he remembered. When he brought in the small box, he found several bizarre ring-shaped objects with it. While handing it over to forensics, he suspected that they might be rings. To check the theory, he put one on. Now that ring was emanating the same eerie light as the box. Though he still had no idea what was going on, it was immediately apparent that it was directly related to the current situation. The man grabbed the ring with sweat-slicked fingers and tugged, ready to pull off his own finger if necessary. But
I
just
wouldn't
at
take that
moment,
off right now.
What?
The man couldn't help but gasp. He looked around, but since no one inside the room with him, where the voice
I'll be
come
there
from?
to rescue you shortly. Calm yourself and wait there.
When the man calmed himself, he realized it wasn't just a voice. The sensation was indescribable, but it was distinctly unlike hearing with one's ears.
Oh, pardon me. This is Mitsuru Kirijo. We met earlier. He
did know a Kirijo. It was she who brought the strange box. That wasn't all he knew. The Krijos were a wicked family who used their fortune and influence as a shield, constant frustration to the police. Despite that, the man couldn't help but feel relief wash over him. Perhaps he might survive this after all.
Oh, well, I appreciate the help. Just hurry.
After getting the muttered words out, he sank to the floor with the door at his back. Monsieur Kirijo. If he recalled correctly, she was the eldest daughter of the Kirijo's founding family. He noted that her voice had been far calmer than his, despite the situation they were both in. He sensed a measure of trustworthiness from her. And to think, it had been merely an hour ago that he was asking himself why such a young girl had been chosen as the head of the Kirijo group at all. Digital clock on the corner of the desk announced the arrival of 10 o'clock in the morning. Normally, most of the staff would be out and about by now, but the entire police department was in turmoil today. It was only to be expected with the key figure from the Kirijo group visiting on
Kirijo, huh?
business. Fuck, so much reading. I hate reading this much. Fucking sucks. Ugh, fuck. The Kirijo Group was a major trading firm synonymous with Japan. They had links to all areas of business. Not a day could go by in the city without hearing their name. The clock had struck 10, bore the logo of Kirijo Electronics, and KJ was the carrier for the cell phone provided to every member of the force. A few days ago, the same Kirijo Group had made a seemingly insane proposal. The document was hundreds of pages, but a brief summary would read, We wish to collaborate with the police on an unofficial department for eliminating monsters.
It does happen from time to time. Famous businessmen end up advocating cultish nonsense in pursuit of their ambitions.
Upon consideration, it was decided that the Kirijo Group should be invited in to give their pitch. Of course, there was no intention of sending tax money on an outlandish proposal. The police's interest in humoring the Kirijo Group lay elsewhere. The Kirijo Group had offered an incentive whereby if the police agreed to the meeting, they would provide a detailed list of the Ergonomics Research Lab's artifacts as well as actual samples. It was this that drove the official's decision. There had been dark rumors bandied. Fucking, I can't. I'm sorry, I can't read. While still a family-run business, some said that the old man, Kirijo, had delved into paranormal research that was performing inhumane experiments. The police collected enough evidence to test the rumor and had prepared many times to force an investigation. But every time the investigation came to nothing due to the group exerting hidden pressure, frustrating those working on the case to no end. The investigation's prime target was the infamous Ergo Research, the Kirijo Ergonomics Research Lab. Exposing the Kirijo Group's dark side had been a dream of public safety for 10 years now, and now Kirijo seemed willing to hand over Ergo Research tightly guarded secrets on a silver platter. No one knew the reason for this sudden about-face, but neither did anyone think of turning them down. They'd agreed to the summit, not to hear out whatever proposal Kirijo was offering, but as a stepping stone toward unearthing their past crimes. Time passed, and the agreed upon time in the afternoon came. The man was tasked with watching over, bringing in the artifacts from the group. Though he would not speak with the guests, the police's plan afforded him a major responsibility, one that gave him something like a leading role. It wasn't long before the Kirijo car arrived at the underground. Whatever. The staff there to receive the guests only shrugged at the long black limousine that would have turned heads on the main roads. One of the younger recruits looked towards the man and asked a question.
What's with that car?
That was the least of the surprise in store. When the Kirijo Group representative stepped out of the limousine, she was revealed to be a beautiful young woman, no older than a university student. Not only that, but she had attendants dressed in what could only be described as maid uniforms, All of them were young women, roughly her age. The scene mesmerized the various people.
Thank you
presented
very
before.
much for this opportunity. I am Mitsuru Kirijo, representing the Kirijo Group. It's nice to meet you.
Her brisk greeting radiated poise. From there, she shook hands with the assembled dignitaries in a manner that showed she was no stranger to social gatherings.
She's the company rep? Really?
The young recruit who was sneaking looks out of the corner of his eye muttered in spite of himself.
Their proposal said the rep who's coming today would be the leader of this new unit, but I thought it was supposed to be some hardcore armed response team, and she's leading it? Well, I guess it's better than some meathead.
Shut up and hold your position.
Shut the fuck up, bro. Shut up. But in truth, the man felt the same way. Certainly this monster extermination unit would never be incorporated. But even if it were, he was sure this wisp of a girl could never do such work. Eventually, the dignitaries entered the agency along with Miss Kirijo. All of them wore lopsided smiles due to the young beauty's unexpected appearance. But that would do for now. The dignitaries were only there to receive her. Their true objective was loaded in the truck parked behind the limousine, documents and artifacts of ergo
All right,
research.
start bringing them in.
Roger, sir.
At the man's signal, his trained subordinates surrounded the Kirijo truck. They formed a line smoothly, passing boxes from man to man into the building. The articles were of various size, even a few that came in oversized metallic containers for aerial transport. The Kirijo group had warned them not to handle these things carelessly till explanations were forthcoming. But in truth, the department was already prepared to bring a forensics investigation of the objects and send them to the
Are
lab.
you sure it's okay for us to open these? The instructions said not to.
It won't be a real investigation if we let them hamstring our procedures. Besides, I can't think of anything they could send us that we couldn't handle. Unless there's real monsters inside these things.
The articles were brought in silence. The operation only lasted about 15 minutes. The man himself received the last item, about the size of a jewelry box, and checked the truck to make sure nothing went overlooked before closing up. That done, he turned and walked quickly towards the forensics room. Try though he might to maintain his composure, he couldn't contain the excitement he felt. For 10 years, the darkness of the Kirijo group had been a frustrating legend, like mist between the department's fingers. Their chance to investigate and expose them was here at last. If even the slightest evidence matched the DNA of those who had gone missing, or the victims of the unsolved cases, victory would be theirs. The man tried to tamp down his exhilaration and took another look at the small box he held. There's no upper lid on the box. A pedestal-like protrusion at center held a number of small circular trinkets. Their usage was completely unknown. What kind of research produced these? Just as the man was about to hand the box to the window clerk, he saw a wedding ring on the clerk's finger, came to realization.
Are these rings?
We're not sure yet.
The man put on some protective latex gloves and tried one of them on. After looking at it from every angle, its color shape seemed to be nothing but ordinary. If it was meant to be jewelry, it wasn't very attractive. The man couldn't picture scientists in lab coats slaving away in a lab to create rings like this. The moment that unlikely possibility came to mind, the man felt somewhat embarrassed by his ignorance of fashion and accessories. But as soon as he reached for the small box to put the ring back inside, boom, darkness suddenly fell.
Please step away from the door.
The voice echoing in the man's mind brought him back to reality. He took a few steps away from the door, as directed, stood ready, stepped away from the door. No more he thought about it. The stranger, the order seemed. How did she know he was so close to the door when she wasn't even in the room? Suddenly a chill filled the area. In mere seconds, the entire door was coated in white.
Where'd this ice come from?
It had frosted over. The man couldn't believe his eyes, but the evidence was there in front of him. He could then hear a slight knocking sound followed by a crack in the center. The door buckled under its own weight and crumbled with the sound that was like a building blocks. I can't read. Standing just past it was the Kirijo woman. She walked over to the man with exquisite nonchalance. At her side was one of the maids she brought.
Are you all right?
Ooh, is one of them Fuka?
Yeah.
We did give you fair warning, but it seems to have gone unheeded.
The man looked towards the rings shining on
And
his
this
finger.
happened because we touched that box? What is this thing?
That ring gives its bearer an unstable form of pseudo-potential and allows anyone to experience the Dark Hour.
The Dark Hour?
The box itself seems to be a failed recreation of the Dark Hour. The effect radius is small, and it malfunctions when improperly handled.
The Dark Hour. He remembered that phrase coming up in documents the Creature Group had sent. If he recalled correctly, it was defined as a hidden time, unable to be experienced by normal people, a time where everything stood still. According to the documents, it seems to have occurred every night at midnight for about 10 years until spring 2010, as if it was forcing its way into normal time. Before now, it seemed like pure fantasy, but could the silent darkness be the very same thing?
So you're saying those stories in that document, that occult-sounding stuff was actually for real?
At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed from beyond the hallway past the broken door.
Who's there?
The man reflectively called out in alarm, realizing that the fear had not yet died down. What emerged from the darkness was the young recruit who had greeted the guests earlier and had been helping with bringing in the artifacts. He was staggering as if severely drunk.
Chief! Hey, are you alright?
Oh no, he's gonna turn into a shadow. Rip. The man started to rush to his side, but the Creature woman silently stopped him. She stood between the two as if protecting the man.
He's my...
Before he could finish, a surprising change overtook the recruit. He became Adachi. The recruit fell to the ground with an agonized scream. Black tar-like substance began flowing from his every orifice. The ooze spread unnaturally across the ground and cohered into a glob. It rose up like a beast raising its head. What looked like claws began to form. Its appearance showed clear signs that it possessed some malevolent will. Yep, it's Shadow. The man thought again about the Creature Group's initial proposal. We wish to collaborate with the police on an unofficial department for eliminating monsters. Without a doubt, this is what they were referring to. And the name that came up again and again was...
This is a shadow.
That it is. It's a monster that dwells in every person's heart. They usually can't manifest themselves this way, but it's quite common to see it happen during the Dark Hour.
So the research to make this happen artificially. That's what Kirijo has been experimenting with.
That did seem to be the extent of it. At the start.
At the start, the man couldn't prevent himself from shuddering, imagining the implications of her statement. With the second roar, the half-liquefied shadow suddenly took the form of some fell beast. But where the face should have been was nothing but a mask, giving it the bizarre appearance of two creatures stitched together. The young woman, for her part, seemed not in the least perturbed.
Kikuno, my things, please.
Oh, okay, it wasn't for good. The maid stood to reach something. The man wasn't sure what she had been carrying, but she placed the sword in her master's hand. The blade was specially shaped, similar in design to a fencing saber.
You're going to fight it?
Stay back. This will all be over soon.
At that moment, as if understanding their conversation, the shadow squared itself and leapt towards the young woman. Speed matched its beastly appearance. In the darkness of the room, the man found it difficult simply keeping his eye on it. The young woman did not move. Her sword remained lowered in the face of the shadow's advance. Of course, thought the man, an amateur like her could never react in time, however...
Artemisia!
So, what's really great? It appears that she doesn't need her evoker anymore to summon her persona. At a word from the young woman, some unseen force slammed the shadow against the wall. The man momentarily doubted his own eyes, for it hadn't been the woman who repelled the monster, but a silhouette that suddenly appeared behind her. It looked as though the being enveloped in sublime light, contrasting the shadow's dark glow. It was a woman wearing a majestic dress. The silhouette held up a hand towards the ground shadow. Once again, the man felt freezing air fill the room, and with that, the shadow stopped moving. Frost crystallized all over it, turning it into an ice sculpture within seconds. Only then did the young woman swing the sword in her hand, shattering it. Hell yeah. A white gleam arched through the air. Upon impact, the frozen enemy shattered like it had been crystallized sugar rather than ice. The victory was so one-sided that the man hesitated to call it a battle.
Are you all right?
The young woman turned towards the man. The sound of her boots hitting the floor gave him the jarring realization that she hadn't moved a single step during the fray. Seeing that he was at a loss for words, she gave him a gentle smile. It was too much for the man. He actually felt relieved to be protected by this small woman. One thing was obvious, she had been through countless battles, much like the one he just witnessed.
Your fallen employee's life is in no danger, but he'll be very weak. Make sure he gets to a hospital. Should I make the arrangements?
No, I should at least handle that. It is a public security matter.
Hey, someone time out this bozo for saying skill issue. Ha ha ha, dude, very funny. Oh, I have a skill issue, huh? Well, I mean, I guess, you know, if you can't type in the live stream chat, that's a skill issue. Yeah, no, not 60 seconds. 5 minutes. You know, he needs 5 minutes to go into training mode to, you know, hone his skills. Heh. Fucking retard. Bro said, okay, like, which one, like, okay, you know what? Skill issue my ass, bro. With a nod, the young woman approached the small box and manipulated it in a way he couldn't quite catch. The eerie yellow-green light began to fade. Moments later, the silence and darkness faded too. The world had been restored. Fucking retard. Skill issue my ass, man. There's no skill in that game. It's just a vanish war and a bunch of key blast nonsense. Okay, how about this? Oh, skill issue? Well, let me show you my really amazing Android 19 and Android 20. Like, I will outskill you all day, every day with those two amazing characters. And then a Pocket Z Broly for Insta Spark. Oh man, you're gonna think I'm so skilled when I beat you with that. The man felt his body become suddenly lighter, causing him to breathe a sigh of relief. He hadn't realized until the pressure was gone that the air had been suffocating as if he had been underwater. There was a stir of movement in the room. The forensics team and assistants looked at the man, a young woman perplexed. The man took a quick look around. Fragments of the shattered door were strewn about. A young public safety worker was lying unconscious nearby. And their Kirijo guest, who had entered without anyone noticing, held in her hand a drawn sword.
I'd be shocked too if I were them.
It occurred to him that if normal people couldn't sense the dark hour, the sudden change in circumstance, it seemed to them like some magic trick.
Excuse me, but this place is off limits to all unauthorized personnel. Hey, what's going on here?
The forensic staff looked at the man
It's all right.
helplessly.
We had a little emergency.
Oh.
That aside, halt all examination of the relics they brought in. We'll wait for further instructions from the Kirijo group.
Huh? But you said...
If there are any boxes that are closed, don't force them open. Not if you don't want to come face to face with monsters.
Leaving the frowning forensics team behind him, the man quickly went into the hallway with the Kirijo woman.
I have to thank you for your help. And about the conference, I'll join in as well. It's been arranged so nothing you say would get through to the higher-ups.
The young woman was surprised at what amounted to a confession of betrayal. She didn't show it.
Are you saying you will reconsider your plans?
I can't overlook anything as serious as this. I wouldn't be doing my job as public security if I did. But make no mistake, the things I saw today are proof of the sins the Kirijo group has committed. They can't be punished under the law, but now that they're known, atonement will be made in some shape or form.
Indeed. I never intended anything less.
You really put one over on us this time.
Hmm?
Oh, there's no need to be coy. What happened today was no accident, was it? We'd never have believed the reports unless we saw it in person. That's why such a dangerous box had no lid. Am I wrong?
There was no lid. That's not possible. That box was classified as risk level 3. It should have been securely fastened.
The young woman fell silent. The gasped and gave the maid, walking silently behind her, a look.
Kikuno.
The maid continued without the slightest sigh of remorse and left her master behind. Both the man and the young woman sighed at
Us
once.
guys in public security have a reputation for being tough. But it seems like you guys are no slouches yourselves.
The summit that was meant to be a perfectionary refusal took an unexpected turn. Promises were made to continue the talks. 6 months passed. After many opportunities to show the actual samples to the dignitaries were set up, the proposed special unit was established and mostly the form Kirijo requested. The Security Department, the Shadow Response Unit. It was the inauguration of the special unit that would, in time, be nicknamed the Shadow Operatives. Okay, I don't need that. Okay, give me a sec. Need to get a pillow for my back. Oh, I gotta feed the fucking cat. Indeed, the Shadow Operatives. Quite fond of the name. Not that I normally pay much heed to these things, but in this case, I admit to being pleased. Started as sarcasm on the part of the higher-ranked personnel from the police. Could be taken in to mean those who deal with shadows, but the real meaning is those who operate in the shadows. Not only is the unit unofficial, we have the difficult-to-credit job of exterminating monsters. Mostly, I suspect it was a dig at a group that disturbed the expected peaceful years before the older personnel's retirement. But Shadow Operative could also mean those who does unrewarded, albeit crucial work for society. It's a name that truly befits this organization's goals. I like how you can see the silhouettes, and it's like, oh, that's Yukari, that one's Junpei, right? Just, that's cool. We're approaching the first anniversary of the Shadow Operative's establishment. Though we're still at the level of basic investigation and laying groundwork, it seems a full-scale case has arisen.
Fighting is not our first option, but I'd be more reassured with you there. We have a general idea of where it was taken, the Inaba area, where there were reports of suspected shadow activity last year.
We got the dorm theme. Hell yeah. Good as it is to hear from an old reliable friend, I limit the call to a quick exchange of
I'll send you
information.
the precise location later. Sorry to call when you've just returned from a trip, but I'm relying on your assistance.
Close my cell, turn towards my
He's
colleague.
only just returned and he's going directly to the location from the airport. Akihiko never changes.
The man I was on the phone with just now was Akihiko Sonata. He's one of our non-permanent staff. Akihiko is an excellent Persona user, but beyond that, he's a skilled boxer. He's a friend of mine from high school who fought the shadows alongside me. I admire his strict determination to never neglect his training, but the extreme leniency he goes to can be rather inconvenient. After entering college, he accepted my invitation to be one of the founding Shadow Operatives. But it was his actions afterwards that went above and beyond. Sure, I'll join, but if I'm going to use my strength professionally, I want to get my skills to a level I'm happy with first. Thus began his training expedition. He's not only wandering around the country, he's traveling the entire world. I can't decide whether to be dumbfounded or impressed by his dedication to training. All this is to say that I only just returned to Japan to take part in this operation. I give a wry smile and lean back in my chair. Seeing me relax, the girl watching nearby smiles. This is Aigis, known for her blonde hair and piercing blue eyes. She's a sweet girl on the outside, but she has what it takes to be an important member of our squad.
Will we be able to find Labras? My sister?
Ooh. So, after all this time, right? Hearing, you know, sister this, sister that. With all that extra context of what Metis went through, hearing Aigis just immediately say, Labrys is my sister, like, no hesitation, that's some good shit. When I look over at Aigis, her eyes are cast downward with a worried expression.
Will we be able to save her? Isn't that what you really want to ask?
She must have known once they called Akihiko in as backup. There's a possibility that we will have to fight Labrys. Knowing that, it's not a great leap to imagine that in the worst case scenario, she may have to be destroyed. And alas, it's true. If all else fails and our safety is at risk, with no other way to stop her, that option is on the table.
Don't worry. As I mentioned to Akihiko, fighting Labrys is not our priority. The reason I formed this Shadow Operative team is to save lives. We will find her, whatever it takes, and bring her back. We can do this.
Yes. I'm sorry to be so pessimistic.
Those feelings you have for Labrys, you should tell her when you see her.
I will.
The monitor is showing certain data under multiple redundant encryptions. Krijo, Ergonomics Research Lab, confidential matters. There is in fact a reason I'm receiving these materials that are normally securely concealed. Because 2 days ago on May 1st, I was unexpectedly dragged into a serious incident. The passenger plane I was taking to Kago-sama was hijacked. There hasn't been domestic hijacking for 10 years. Top brass of the police, afraid to make any mistakes, sent in the shadow operatives. The case itself was resolved quickly, and all the culprits arrested. None of the passengers were harmed either. But the hijackers' true motive wasn't terrorism or political demands, as one would expect. I was surprised to find that they were after my cargo. It was a sealed box from the Ergonomics Research Lab. We were transporting it to Yakushima on that flight. No one thought that the risky hijacking could have been in pursuit of just the cargo, and as a result, one of the objects was stolen. The arrested suspects are all in police custody, but none of them have any memory of carrying out the... Fuck. Reading for so long is starting to hurt my throat. This is why I like the other Persona games. They do all the reading for me. Someone was pulling their strings and very probably using uncommon methods. Considering that Puppet Master was targeting shadow-related cargo, doubt that they'll be easy to deal with. So, we know in Persona 5 that some people like... Actually, no, nah. I was about to think of like, oh, people's hearts can be changed, but I think that's a bit too much of a stretch. Because, actually, I need to look that up. See when Persona 4 Arena I need to see when Persona 4 Arena first came out versus Persona 5. Because that'd be a very interesting, bit of... Oh, did they include some Persona 5 lore with how shadows work before Persona 5 even came out? Like, I'll need to look at that. As for what was stolen, I guess mentioned its name a moment ago. The 5th generation anti-shadow suppression weapon Labrys is an older model from 2 generations ago. Since shadow-related Ergo research documents were lost in an accident, we know very little about Labrys. She's an android, most likely a female version, just like Aigis. But instead of a weapons loadout, she seems to have been fitted with some kind of experimental equipment. That's all we know. Still, thanks to our collaborators' quick wit, the escaping vehicle was traced with the N system. Wasn't easy, but we managed to pinpoint its location. It was headed for the city of Inaba, where there may have been shadow activity last year. Once the preparations to depart are complete, I'll head there myself. My mind wanders a bit. Though I was unaware of them, the shadows of the sins committed in the Krijo name still so painful 10 years on, I sometimes want to avert my eyes. But now is not the time to be bound by the past. It's the time to act. Suddenly notice that Aigis has been staring at me worriedly. I give her a smile and stand up decisively. We're pulling up to Yasho Inaba. the central town of Inaba. Though it's the central town, the main street seems nearly deserted. There's virtually no activity to be seen through the car windows. It was confirmed that the vehicle transporting Labrys was abandoned here, so our first move would be to confirm the situation, or so I thought. I attempt to ignore the rude stares of people trying to get a look inside the car, focusing instead on the scent of my tea. People keep crowding around whenever we park. Had to move it a number of times already. We didn't get a moment's peace until the car had reached the junkyard on the outskirts of town. As I try to keep from sighing, Aigis speaks up from her seat in front of me.
Mitsuru-san, our activities are supposed to be undercover, correct?
Yes.
For undercover missions, it will be necessary to keep all personnel and vehicles from being noticed.
Right.
Mitsuru-san, may I say something that I've been meaning to say for a while now?
No.
Understood.
Yeah, that's great. Aegis's poker face is a perfect blank. Though I understand what she's getting at. I've actually wanted to say something along those lines to the people around me for a while. Still, it would be galling to hear from someone else right
All
now.
I told them was to give us a car with enough space.
Our contact has arrived.
The man approaching us is someone whose cooperation I specifically requested. His name is Detective Kurosawa. Before I can welcome him, Aigis speaks
oh
up.
my. This was not our designated meeting area, yet he has discovered us.
Yeah, I wonder how.
You want to know how I did it?
Colonial Boss sound. Oh, fuck yeah. Love this shit. You want to know how I did it? Lately, it feels that whenever Aigis wants to voice her opinion to me, she intentionally puts on the robot act. They mentioned this at the lab, that if Aigis still speaks in that stiff, formal manner, she's either getting too human and is developing habits, or she's doing it on purpose.
We appreciate your cooperation, Detective Kurosawa.
Long time no see, miss. And Aigis, was it?
Indeed. It has been a while.
Detective Kurosawa was an officer at a police box near the school we attended 3 years ago. He was shunned for cooperating with us, and got busted back down to officer. But now that the shadow operatives are officially recognized, he is in their good graces again. A man who can be trusted beyond the confines of a station to solve a case, even going so far as to bend the rules. He's a rare breed. Detective Kurosawa's expression has softened while he makes small talk with Aigis, which makes me realize that this may be the first time he's seen Aigis in her combat uniform.
I shouldn't make you stand while we talk. Please, get in.
Sorry. I haven't seen you in a while, so I had a lot to say.
You must understand that we are trying to go incognito. It was kind of him not to point out our vehicle and attire are completely unsuited to that goal as he enters the limousine. He sits and does not even wait until the doors close before getting to the point.
I found out quite a bit regarding the case you had me look into. First, I reviewed the report on the incidents from last year. One of the suspects mentioned the word persona.
So what went on here last year?
It's probably related, but I wasn't done there. Parts of this guy's testimony were even more outlandish. If you can take what's in the record at face value, it seems persona users can enter TVs within the Inaba region.
Enter TVs? What does that mean?
Just what it sounds like. You physically stick your body into the screen and go inside. He claimed there was another world in the TV, and dropping people inside it was the method behind last year's murders.
This all sounds rather absurd. I'm surprised it was included in the police report.
I got in touch with the detective in charge at the time and said the same thing. Apparently the report was filed by a young partner of his at the time. He'd entertained the wildest testimonies like this one.
He sounds like quite the oddball.
If this was what really went on, the police would have had no chance cracking it. But that Detective Dojima is one shrewd guy. Even with all the supernatural hocus-pocus surrounding the case, he caught the culprit.
I had asked him to collect information about the serial murders that occurred in Inaba last year. Shadow operatives aren't public knowledge, so I thought the local police would be more willing to speak with them, but the results surpassed my expectations. Though it is slightly frustrating to already run up against something I'm powerless to achieve
That's
myself.
all I have for you right now. I should be going. I doubt either of us has time to reminisce over the old days. It's funny though. I thought the fighting was over, but you guys surprise me every time I see you.
Thank you very much, Officer Kurosawa. Why don't we at least see you off?
Oh, that's all right. I've got my own car. I doubt my department would appreciate your tastes. If I ever showed up for work in something like this, I'd be the talk of the force until the day I retired.
Detective Coruscant jokes with us before exiting the limousine, waving casually back at us. I had nothing to say to that as I watched him leave, rotating his shoulders to work out some kinks. I guess, though, felt the need to comment.
Mitsuru-san, this could be bad. Our sense of social aptitude is in question.
Ugh, can't deny that.
What should we do now?
Yes. First, we'll need to test the claim that Persona users can enter TVs.
We are at a junkyard after all. I can see a number of consumer electronics that have been discarded illegally. I guess looks around and pinpoints a certain pile as she gets out of the
There
car.
is a discarded TV over there. If the environment does not matter, we can use it to test the phenomenon.
Wait, I guess.
Don't worry. I'm just going to touch it.
That's not what I was worried about. I guess isn't wearing anything like a disguise, and no, I'm overthinking this. We've already attracted enough attention. Even if we leave now without doing anything, our pictures could still end up on the internet. Let them gossip about the strange people in funny clothes. It'll become some urban legend. My mind made up. I step outside, wearing my special equipment. Once Igus sees that I followed her, she gives a small nod and stretches her hand towards the screen.
Amazing!
Her hand, it's inside the TV screen, but the screen itself seems undamaged. Igus's hand is swallowed up to her wrist, as if she put it into a bucket of water.
Interesting. It's exactly as the police report said. What's it like inside? Do you feel anything?
Not particularly. No. Wait a moment. It's the same as mine. It's hard to say definitively since this is my first encounter with it, but I believe this reading is from a personality module.
Does that mean our retrieval target is inside the TV?
Huh. Sounds like fun.
Voice from above sounds very familiar, but all I see in the direction from where I came is a fucking... I hesitate for a moment. Could it be...
Is that Akihiko?
The man leaps from the stacked tower of TVs like an acrobat.
You didn't show up at the rendezvous point, so I went looking and found you here. This whole TV thing is pretty interesting.
In spite of myself, I bury my face in my palm.
Akihiko, what on earth are you wearing? Just what were you doing overseas?
Didn't I tell you that I was on a training expedition?
Don't tell me you came here from the airport like that. Does the concept of keeping a low profile mean nothing to
That is rich coming from you, Mitsuru.
Mitsuru-san, I believe we have lost the right to complain about that.
That's it. I've never mentioned the subject of our appearance again.
Anyway, we can go inside from that TV, right? What are we waiting for?
Still the same Akihiko. We don't know the situation inside yet, and we'll need a secure means of getting out.
So what? If we want to get this Labrys back, someone has to go inside, right?
Well, that's...
Our target hijacked a plane to throw her into a TV in this town. If we sit on our hands, it's possible we'll be put in serious danger.
Akihiko's right. That's exactly why we've been trying to act as quickly as possible.
We're different from how we used to be. We made the choice to fight shadows as professionals. That's why I traveled around the world and trained harder than ever. And now that something's actually come up, you're hesitating? We agreed to do this. I'm ready to stake my life on the mission.
Recklessly unafraid to state his honest opinion, classic Akihiko. He must understand that this is his role. Certainly, there are times where I need such opinions. It's been a while since he went aboard. Okay, so the Persona 3 Reload cast, different voice actresses, different voice cast, just... Yeah, I guess sounds different because this is either her original voice actor or just someone entirely different. So yeah, her voice is different. Cope and seethe, YouTube chat. Cope and seethe. I think I can understand his current mindset.
All right. Wait right here. I need to go make a phone call first.
Okay, but make it quick.
He doesn't have to tell me twice. I take out my phone, bring up the contact list. A world inside TV. I don't know what it might be like in there, but I do know someone that could help us. I was originally going to ask for their help after Labrys was secure, but perhaps the time has come. Taking all possible precautions, the rest is up to our result. Okay, and it's the same cutscene as the one we've already seen, so... There's General Teddy.
Where am I? Is this inside the TV?
I remember being enveloped in white light, but what came afterwards is unclear. Now that the world inside the TV, oddly enough, the sight before me seems to be the main gate of a school. The name engraved on the entrance plate is...
Yasagami High School. I do recall that name from our map of Inaba. An existing high school has been completely recreated inside the TV?
When I then came to a realization. I've encountered something much like this before. It doesn't appear to be much different from reality as far as appearances, but has the same distinctive, sticky atmosphere. The Labyrinth Tartarus, our battleground 3 years ago. Bears a lot of similarity to this place.
Wait, where are the others? Akihiko! I guess!
Being separated won't do anything to further our mission. Perhaps I can use my communication power to get in touch with them.
I can't reach them through my persona either. This place is highly unusual.
Still barely functioning, but the noise here is severe. I'll need to understand this world a little bit better. Find a quiet place to concentrate. So I check my surroundings. Again, for enemies, I hear the sound of footsteps. I tense, getting myself ready. When I turn around, a uniformed girl stops to look at me in bewilderment. I didn't expect to meet someone else here, let alone a seemingly ordinary schoolgirl. Could her age and outfit be a connection to the thief of Labyrinth? But once the girl's surprised face, she still seems confused by my appearance. It seems that even here, in another dimension, people are still startled by my attire. At least her reaction laid my suspicions. People reveal something of themselves when they are caught off guard. Anyone in the act of committing a crime couldn't fake being perplexed so
Did
naturally.
I surprise you? I suppose my outfit is somewhat unusual.
Oh, no.
Why are you here?
Well,
A loud cheer suddenly swells, cutting off our conversation. Judging by the sound, I guess there's a crowd present here. I look around the area in confusion.
Where is that coming from?
Students appear one after another, clearly intrigued to see us here.
What's going on?
Before I can react, an image appears on the monitor buried beneath the bizarre decorations.
Hello! Hello! This is General Teddy, your benevolent dictator!
And I, Rosette, am your commentator. It's time for the next round in the P1 Grand Prix. Are you ready to fight?
P1 Grand Prix? Fight?
Suddenly, on the... spotlight shines from somewhere directly upon me. I instinctively raise my arm, shield my eyes from the harsh light. Feels like I'm being displayed for an audience.
And who do we have for Yuki-chan's opponent this time? Ooh, it's a mysterious, beautiful lady. How unexpected!
Teddy, what's wrong?
Do you know that bear?
The monitor showing the costume General Teddy suddenly fuzzes over with static. The static gets worse and worse, till an eerily expressionless bear costume, one that looks as though it forgot how to make facial expressions, appears on screen. The voice is the same as before, but his tone is harsh and mechanical now.
Case 04, unintended intruder. Entering elimination process.
What is that supposed to mean? Ugh. What's going on?
As soon as the abnormality registers, I feel a bizarre noise, like something scratching against my whole body. Was that some kind of an attack? Didn't seem to have any effect on me, but the girl standing beside me underwent quite a change.
Who do you think you are, showing up alone like this? It's no use trying to talk your way out of it. There's nothing to discuss. You don't even try to understand anyone anyway. If you want to wall yourself off from everyone, I'll be happy to end your lonely life here.
The girl's face distorts with hatred as she spits her words at me. It's a far cry from her earlier demeanor. It's as if she's a completely different person. That's not all. Understandably, she seems to not know me before, but now she speaks as if she does. What is this? Could it be the effect of noise I
You won't be
sensed?
so smug for long. Come, Konohana Sakuya.
A persona?
The girl spreads the fan from her hand. With a flash of light, a persona manifests. How careless of me. I should have accounted for this possibility as soon as I saw her in
We
here
won't
this
be
world.
settling this peacefully, I see. In which case...
I ready my evoker and
to
concentrate.
me, Artemisia.
Okay, so Mitsuru still needs her evoker. Oh, does she? Oh, she doesn't need it. Power arises from within me, and the sensation in my limbs tells me that my persona has emerged, but my hand holding the evoker is still at my side. My persona, did it just appear without the use of my evoker to trigger it? Did I summon it only by thinking it? Theoretically, one doesn't need an evoker to summon one's persona. I didn't have one the day my persona first manifested. I've done without one several other times as well, but never before have I summoned it so easily and without any special concentration. It's as if my consciousness is reaching far beyond the boundaries of my body. By way of analogy, it feels like I'm being able to control the wind with my fingertips. Could it be because of this world is special? The girl's voice brings me back to this situation at hand, which reminds me, the girl doesn't seem to use any special implements to summon either.
Persona user. Fine. I still won't lose.
Sorry, but I won't be defeated either.
Finally! Fight! Enter!
I won't hold go! Excuse me! Stay away! Stay away! No escape! You will pay! Persona! The opponent reaches no escape! Persona! You won't escape! Better luck next time! You can still fight! I won't hold back! Sorry! Artemisia!
Alright, it's over. Time to leave.
The Persona 5 cast is really good, but the Persona 4 cast is just really, really good. Once the battle ends, the monitor nearby switches on.
An irregularity has occurred. Multiple intruders detected. Emergency. Intruders are persona users. Due to difficulties in elimination, they will be acknowledged as valid targets.
He obviously refers to myself and the others. Does he mean that he is going to adjust his tactics for dealing with us, due to how much of a threat we are? The way he said that seems to be a bad
Valid
omen.
targets.
I understand that we're considered to be intruders, but what do you mean by that? Seems we're a part of the tournament now. But what was the enemy's original plan? The monitor screen fuzzes again once more. It shows the costume bear as he originally appeared.
Jeez, you need to let me know if you want to get in on the fun. But this is a unique situation, and you're one hot mama, so I'll make an exception. Just keep putting on a good show in your next bout, too.
Who are you? Why don't you take off that strange costume and show your face?
Hey now, I don't think a lady walking around in a cat suit like yours can talk to me about my bear suit. Enough with the questions. Move on.
Again, yet another person hung up on my outfit. It's unlike me to let the enemy's words get under my skin. The monitor switches off with those cheeky
Is that
words.
costume thing the one who stole Labris? If so, then what's the purpose of this bizarre tournament? Fine. I'll get a read on your location.
I quickly link my communicator and persona. Some personas are more suited to operational support than direct combat. In my case, though, that power is secondary. We normally have a persona user who specializes in that role, but with some specialized equipment, I can get by. I focus my consciousness and send it drifting throughout the surrounding area. The enemy must think he's keeping an eye on us, but he'll soon learn enough that he's not the only one with the bird's eye view of the situation. Before the layout of this place becomes clear, an unexpected change occurs around me. The moment I use my power, noise runs through the students that have been spectating. In an instant, they turn into something like silhouettes that barely have human shapes. Seems their true colors have been exposed. Are they not human?
What? Were they shadows? If they were, I don't sense any hostility from them. Were they just set dressing that thing in the costume prepared?
The cheering shadow would lead one to believe that there's a larger number of people inside the TV. That doesn't seem to be the case, which leaves a mystery. Maybe best to consider it a
In any
blessing.
case, it appears that apart from this girl here, none of those students were real.
The The girl who had collapsed on the floor is coming around. I release my persona and rush over to help her up. I wasn't fighting to my fullest, so she shouldn't be suffering any real wounds. There are many mysteries surrounding this girl. She seems to be more than just an associate of one of the bear costumes. The moment these girls sees me, she jumps back like a startled animal. Her speech is flustered, her face is bright, blushing red. There are tears in her eyes.
How come you knew about that?
About what?
That was private. I never even told anyone at the inn about that. I can't believe someone I've never even met before knew.
The girl covers her reddened face in shame. I try and think back to what I said to her. Did I point out anything that would cause such a reaction? One detail jumps out at me. When the girl's manner of speech shifted before our battle, it wasn't just her personality that abruptly changed. Though we had just met, she talks as if she knew more than she should about my past.
Reminds me. That noise I sensed earlier is gone.
Yet the girl before me no longer bears any of the senseless animosity from
Seems
before.
to have been some kind of interference from the enemy. Come to think of it, that bear was egging us on. The interference must have been to ensure two total strangers would fight. General Teddy, was it? He looked comical enough, but he certainly put an elaborate scheme in motion.
No! How could Teddy...
She seems to have finally calmed down and continues muttering with a perplexed
You know
expression.
the one in costume, I take it?
Oh, I know him very well. He's usually not like this at all.
I take the girl's hand and again help her
I'm
to her feet.
Mitsuru Kirijo. I've come here in search of a unique object. Why don't we start over? If you don't mind, I'd like to hear a little about yourself.
Yes. Oh, my name's Yukiko Amagi. I'm sorry for losing my composure.
So, Amagi, why did you come to this world?
Where to start? So many strange things happened over the last year.
First glance, she looks like an ordinary student, so why is she here instead of the TV? Magi briefly summarized her recent past to me in an even tone of voice. According to her, this world is prominent in the serial murder case last year. She and her friends awakened to their personas while investigating the case and eventually solved it. This world is formed by people's thoughts, and at the case's conclusion, it returned to its original state. None of this contradicts what I learned from Detective
A
Kurosawa.
realm inside a TV, formed by people's thoughts. It sounds absurd, but that would explain the incongruity I sensed when I used my persona.
We thought the case had been solved, but lately there's been another strange program on the air. My friends and I couldn't ignore that, so we came back here.
Your friends? Are there others here besides yourself?
Yes, I was with 3 other people, but we got separated when we entered. The one in costume and the girl who called herself Rosette are friends of ours too, but they're acting so strangely.
So this is not the way they generally behave then?
I could tell from Amagi's reactions that normally she trusts those two implicitly. Considering what the enemy did to her earlier, could they be under its control as well? Either way, it sheds no light on the theft of labyrinths. How are they related? Or is this incident only a coincidence?
There's one more thing I'm curious about. Have you ever heard the name Labrys?
Labrys? No, I don't think I've ever heard of that before. What is it?
It's the thing I'm searching for. What makes it problematic is that I know nothing of its appearance. Honestly, I'm not sure it has anything to do with this disturbance, though I can't write it off completely as irrelevant.
Though it appears that there's no connection, whoever went so far as to hijack a plane to steal Labrys brought her all the way here. No matter how I look at it, that means
Anyway,
something.
thank you for your cooperation. I understand the situation better now. We should stay together going forward.
Whoa! Think again, ladies!
General Teddy suddenly appears on the screen to interrupt our conversation.
Only the winner of each bout can go on. That's rule number 1 in the Grand Prix.
How exactly can that rule be enforced? As if to answer an unspoken question, Amagi makes an odd gesture.
There's nothing here, but I can feel something. A wall, maybe? Wait, but Mitsuru-san could...
Amagi looks at me expectantly. I take a tentative step, walk through the place where she claims there's a wall.
Like I said, you're stuck there until the tournament's over. Only winners get to go. Come on, miss. You won. So it's time to barrel forward to the next stage.
I must leave the girl alone in this strange world then. Though I'm uneasy about doing so, Amagi seems to read my thoughts and smiles.
Thank you, but I'll be all right. I fought shadows for an entire year too. I can protect myself.
I see. In that case, I'll press on and do my best to rescue your friends.
If you see them, please tell them I'm all right and they shouldn't worry about me. You be careful too, Mitsuru-san.
She smiles resolutely. She's a very strong girl.
I'll pass that along.
I nod, acknowledging her wishes, and turn my back to walk
Not
away.
only do they tamper with our minds, they prevent us from leaving until the tournament is settled. It may not necessarily ruin friendships, but there's no way forward than to fight one another. What a loathsome trick. It seems the mastermind is intent on us fighting each other.
I grit my teeth in anger. Maggie's clear eyes remain in my heart. This operation is no longer just to retrieve Lapras. I make a silent vow as I go. Everyone who has been dragged into this must be rescued. Fuck yeah. Mitsuru is really underrated. I really like her.
Another dead end.
As I step into the school, I realize that these invisible walls are everywhere, blocking off routes that seem open to the naked eye. Why is the thief who stole Lapras gathering Persona users in this world? Not having a clear idea of their motivations is compounding my anxiety. I guess Nakahiko may have been dragged into this Grand Prix as well. If so, we need to compare notes. If all goes well, we may figure out the location of the mastermind behind this that I failed to grasp earlier. After quickly confirming that there are no shadows nearby, I link my communicator with my persona. I focus my consciousness and send it drifting throughout the surrounding area.
So lonely.
What was that?
Presence is faint and I can't tell where it is, yet I can definitely hear a voice. Seems like it sense it because of my secondary support capabilities, but when I focus harder, it doesn't seem that they're trying to communicate with me. It's more like the words, and the intense emotions behind them, are seeping out of the room itself, perhaps even from all around me. Eventually the voice becomes clearer.
I'm scared. I'm alone. It hurts. Why? Why won't anyone listen?
I don't recognize the voice. Perhaps one of Amagi's friends.
I didn't ask to be born a machine. How come no one understands? What's the difference between normal people's hearts and mine?
A machine? Is that Lapras?
I stand up and try calling to her.
Lapras! Are you nearby? Answer me!
But there is no answer. It seems that it's not because the voice's owner is nearby that I can hear her. It is subtly different from hearing voices with one's own ears. It's true. I focus my senses once again, but I still can't tell exactly where it's coming from. Not yet having a thorough command of the layout here makes it harder to pinpoint. Eventually the voice fades, only silence remains.
Going by what she said, that had to have been Lapras. Sounds as if her heart has developed further than we thought.
Even Aigis, the latest model, required a lot of time and experience to develop the heart she has. So why does Lapras, who's been sealed away from her development up till now, have such an advanced heart?
I didn't ask to be born a machine. It pains me to hear that.
Anti-shadow suppression weapons. Both Aigis and Lapras were created as insurance for dangerous shadow experimentations in case the subjects should go berserk. The only thing that can stand up against a shadow is a persona. Being able to control one is an absolute necessity when dealing with shadows. Thus, they were given hearts in order to induce their ability to use personas. But a weapon that has a heart contradicts itself. It was natural for Aigis to face that contradiction, and it caused her serious anguish in the past.
We can't allow victims like her to be tormented by sins of the past, whether they're human or not.
Newly resolved, I press on. Oh, sorry, Cody. I was, reading all this shit. So, I'm sure a lot of people brushed off Persona 4 Arena as just, whatever. But so far, I think I'm, on my 8th character individual story mode? Bro, legitimately, this has some of the best Persona writing I've seen. Great character interactions. One very unique thing about this game, every other Persona game, you only see it through the point of view of, John Persona 5, Joker Persona 5, or John Persona 3, or Chad Narukami, right? You only play those games from the perspective of the main character. But one great thing about this game is that it's only from the perspective of each individual story mode you go through. So this game really does write each individual character very well. So You know, I've been enjoying it. I continue through the school, still unable to contact Aigis or Akihiko. The invisible wall seemed to be leading me towards a gym. Compared to the one back in Gekkokan High, this one is rather modest, but the chairs stacked to unusual heights and the monitors everywhere give it an eerie air.
What in the... They're wearing the same uniforms as Amagi. I assume these are the friends she spoke of.
All of them are introduced with horrible epithets, but the Amagi I met in person was a completely different, sophisticated girl. I suppose the enemy made up all the taglines. Just as Amagi's introduction ends, the video suddenly turns off and General Teddy's face appears on screen.
I had to completely rejigger the bracket to accommodate 3 new contestants.
Okay. I never once thought in my life I would hear a video game, like a fighting game of all things, has a character bitch about restructuring the bracket. Like, oh my god, that is so... Like, when you actually are into fighting game culture, that is one of the funniest lines, because there's so many TOs out there. They're trying to get the bracket ready to go, ready to just, you know, actually start the tournament. And you always have some asshole that shows up last minute like, oh, hey, you know, the thing starts at 12 o'clock and it's 11:45. Can I still sign up? And it's like, you want to have as many people show up as you can, so you're like, sure. But then, lo and behold, you have to redo the entire fucking bracket. Oh, like that is going in the video. That line, 100%. This little bit is going in the video.
3 new contestants. Myself, Akihiko, and Aigis?
On the other paw, a tournament's more exciting with more people in it. But getting back on track, allow me to introduce your next opponent.
When I enter, someone who had already been there turns around. His face, it was on the video a moment ago.
There's people besides us here?
You're...
Holy crap, she's smoking hot. The thing she's wearing doesn't hurt either.
You were in that video just now. What was it they called you? Captain Ressentiment?
How come you remember that stupid title and not my real name? Figures I need a knockout like this and she already knows about that. God, I wish I was dead.
Apparently the epithets from the video hit a sore point with the people featured. The nickname left more of an impression than his real name, so it just slipped out. At that moment, General Teddy appears once again on the larger monitors inside the gym.
How do you like your opponent?
Why are you making us fight? What benefit do you derive from this nonsense?
So many questions. I just want you all to suffer. Isn't that exciting? Isn't that fun?
That's what this is about? No. If Labrys is involved, there's more to it, isn't there?
Enough jibba-jabba. Hurry and start the fight. Look at your opponent. He's ready, see?
Yeah, Teddy's right. I mean, you're the one who barged in here. Man, who'd come to such a dangerous place without hesitating? You really are an ice queen. I bet you don't have many friends, huh?
It's happening again. The moment that noise kicks in, not only does my opponent's personality change, they begin speaking of things they shouldn't know about. It's exactly like what happened with
You
Magi.
talk as if you know me.
Stop acting so calm and changing the subject. You seem like you don't know much about this world. So how do you plan to get out? Don't tell me you rushed in here with no escape plan. Oh man, seriously? You're nuts. People like you who obsess over responsibility and put all the burden on yourselves, you annoy the hell out of me.
It doesn't matter how others perceive me.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Isn't that because you don't trust anyone?
We clearly can't have a normal conversation with the enemy's interference, but even knowing that, I catch myself trying to argue the point. The heavy responsibility I suffer is mine alone. If I share it with someone, that means that suffering will also be shared. That is why I try to be self-sufficient. The more I care about someone, the less I'm willing to rely on them. But isn't that no better than not believing in them? I've been caught in that trap before. Maybe I still haven't truly escaped it. But how could he guess at my private distress, one that I've barely confided to others
I was
before?
supposedly an unexpected intruder. What's going on?
What are you mumbling about? Well, let me ease your mind. I'll end everything for you. Let's do this, Jiraiya!
Go, Yosuke-senpai! Beat up that shady lady! Let the fight begin!
I can see there'll be no talking sense with him like this. There's nothing for it then. Artemisia!
Final.
Stay down! Just getting started! Step back! I'm coming for you! Bingo! Here!
Persona!
Crap! Bingo! Slash! That's nothing! Down here! Slow! Step back! Step back! Yeah, step back! Don't think you can slow!
One mistake! Next time!
Sheesh! Persona!
Still standing!
Down!
The battle bit is
Just getting started! Come on! Get
I'll show you my reach. One mistake! Next time!
kidding me!
A round of applause for both sides.
Gotta use the bathroom again. Sorry, I'm trying to drink a lot of water. Keep my mouth, you know, not shitty and dry. No, it was not a Goon Breaks zombie bomb. Don't besmirch my character like that. I would never stop a stream just to goon. Never.
Aw, you're so useless, Yosuke-senpai! Unfortunately, the party crasher wins.
Girl on the PA system is rather casual with her insults soon after General Teddy appears on the monitor.
You're so strong, miss. I can barely believe how gorgeous and powerful you are.
It seems they're not provoking us only to have us fight one another. And their method. Is it more like an illusion they're casting over us, rather than some sort of mind control?
Still trying to figure everything out? Switch your brain off and enjoy the Grand Prix already.
Sorry, but I'm not some savage who enjoys the suffering of others. And don't call me Miss. My name is Mitsuru Kirijo.
Kirijo?
You've toyed with us, and I don't take that lightly. I'll make you pay for what you've done. You better be prepared for that.
Kirijo!
The moment he hears my voice, the face on the bear costume distorts the mask of hate.
You're the one who should be prepared. I'll never let you stop me.
The broadcast ends after he flings those
I
words at me.
mentioned my name on purpose. He reacted as strongly to the name Kirijo as I thought he would.
Still don't know anything for certain, but I'm increasingly sure that General Teddy is related to the circumstances surrounding
At
Lapras.
first, I thought I'd stumbled into an irrelevant side incident, but evidently not. We were meant to come here.
Ow!
Ah, you're awake.
Seems now that the battle is settled, the interference causing us both to seem odd vanished.
My. Amagi reacted the same way. Were the things that the illusory me said that harsh?
Oh, you bet. Wait, what? Illusory? And did you just say Amagi? You meant Yukiko?
Yes, before I came here. I was forced to fight her, quite against my will.
I explained the situation to him. I also add that she's shared information with me on last year's case that should help prove that I did encounter Amagi. Just on the off chance, I asked Homura about Labrys, but he seems to not know the name. Once we finish speaking, he stands up and places his hand in the air as if touching something.
Only the winner can move on, huh? I'm the only one who can feel this invisible wall thing, so I guess it's true.
I'm glad you understand. I was worried you'd doubt me since I'm a complete stranger.
Well, you didn't seem like someone who'd try and trick me. I mean, what's the point? I've lost now, so I can't go anywhere.
Indeed. You're very pragmatic.
The young man waves around me
Nah,
a compliment.
after what I went through last year, I just got used to coming smack up against insane stuff in this world. And Yukiko, my friend you met, she believed in you. So I don't mind trusting you too.
I see.
Can't help myself from smiling. Their bond seems to be real. I do somewhat envy the way they trust each other without a doubt. That could never have happened unless they had overcome the same trials together.
I'd like your opinion on something. What do you think is the objective of this tournament? That General Teddy said it was all in fun, but I doubt it's anything so simple.
I've been wondering the same thing, but I don't know. But you know, it might not just be Teddy behind it. I met this weird girl earlier.
A weird girl?
She was about my age, and she said she was the student council president. It was like she had no idea that she was inside the TV world. That doesn't seem very likely, does it?
No, I doubt one could be unaware of such things. It's possible that she didn't come here of her own will.
This may be a school now, but it doesn't always look like this. When normal people who don't have personas come in here, the world changes to reflect what they're thinking of. It happened every time a victim was dumped into a TV last year. Maybe this time she's the victim. Even if she means well, she still could have a lot to do with the tournament.
Girl.
Judging from the state of affairs, I'm beginning to think that the girl in question is Labrys. Since Hanamura doesn't know the details of my mission, it wouldn't occur to him that what I'm searching for is a humanoid weapon with a heart.
What did this girl look like? Did anything about her stand out?
Huh? No, not really. She wore the same uniform as the rest of us.
A uniform?
Considering that Aigus looks, it's possible that Labrys' appearance is quite close to a human. But what doesn't mean that she's completely able to pass as a human. Even Aigus has to wear clothes that cover her entire body in order for her to walk around town, yet Labrys even wears the same uniform as them? Chalk it up to another unsolved mystery, I suppose. But after talking with Hanamura, it feels like I'm starting to understand the bigger picture.
I see. Thank you. I'm getting a clearer picture of what's going on. I'm sorry, but I can't stay and chat. I should be leaving now.
Oh, wait a sec. Can I ask you a favor? Can you look after my other friends too? It sucks, but I can't get to them from here. That Teddy's really not a bad guy either. Sure, he eats my ice cream without asking and stuff, but he's not the type of guy who'd get off on watching people hurt each other. There's gotta be some other explanation.
Don't worry. I was already thinking along similar lines. What we saw was an illusion. It may be that they're faced with the same situation. I'll save everyone who's been dragged into this, including your friends, and this student council president.
Thanks. Just hurry before someone else dies in here.
Hanamura's expression, which had previously been bright, albeit desperate, darkens noticeably. From all I've heard, last year's Shadow incident revolved around serial murders. Maybe that he lost someone as well. To fight so desperately, but lack the power to make a difference, being forcibly parted from loved ones, I understand that pain all too well.
I must sound pretty lame, losing the fight and then making a lot of demands.
Not so. Your concern for your friends in a situation like this. C'est magnifique.
What?
I sensed it when speaking to Amagi too, but you all seem to have very strong wills. I promise to do what I can to help.
The emotions he seems to view as a weakness are actually a strength. Sure that with a little more experience, I'll come to realize that too. We'll see how difficult it is to hold onto that will, how valuable it is to have friends you can share it with. Since I am the one who'll be moving on, I'm responsible for the duties he entrusted to me. As I've sensed my determination, Hanamura's expression turns serious and he nods. I gotta say, I absolutely love the, just seeing one Persona character interact with another. It's just, somehow it just feels like the Persona 3 and 4 cast, just like they were made to mesh with each other just perfectly. It's great. After parting with Hanamura, I once again proceeded to the school. The invisible walls continue to bar my path. And like another thing, it's really cool seeing how Mitsuru is referring to these other characters by their last name, right? Because, you know, in Japanese culture, from what I gathered, you know, you refer to someone by their last name because a first name is way more personal, right? So for her to say Amagi and Hanamura, it shows that Mitsuru, like, she's not comfortable saying like their first name and stuff. And I'm like, love that. Undoubtedly, the enemy is leading me exactly where he wants me.
Is there no end to this?
The rules of the P1 Grand Prix are powerfully enforced. I tried to see if I could destroy one of these walls, but it doesn't seem as though I can. Maybe if I use all my strength, but if I do, I'll be locked into a fight if I happen to run into anyone. Either way, it didn't seem worth the trouble. I strayed from the suggested route on purpose and opened one of the classroom doors. I sense no enemies, and doesn't look like I'll run into my next opponent here either. It should be safe. Once again, I link my communicator with my persona. This time, unlike before, my senses cleanly and smoothly spread outward. I sense two familiar scenes.
Akihiko and Aigis. They both seem to be okay.
Firstly, I focus my senses to contact Aigis, who's close.
Can you hear me, Aigis?
Mitsuru-san, I am relieved to finally hear from you. Is Akihiko-san with you?
No, we were separated, but I've confirmed his safety. I'm sure he won't be defeated that easily.
Aigis laughs upon hearing my words.
Let's exchange information while we can.
I give her a simple outline of the current situation, mention the students that were drawn here, my suspicion that this Grand Prix mastermind is almost certainly related to Labrys, what I've heard of a girl whom I'm assuming to be Labrys.
I saw that girl a moment ago, though I lost sight of her when the invisible walls blocked my path.
I've been told she looks more human than you. Is that possible?
Not only that, she was almost indistinguishable from a normal person. I couldn't believe it either. Yet I definitely sensed a personality module. I don't believe there's any mistake that she is Labrys.
I see.
There's no doubt that General Teddy has strong ties to Labrys and the Kirijo group. But this girl, whom we believe to be Labrys, is apparently walking around unconstrained. If he could set up this many walls, it should be easy for him to capture her too.
Don't worry about meeting up for now. Under the present conditions, we'd only end up fighting amongst ourselves.
Understood.
I don't know how Labrys ties into this situation yet, but be careful.
When am I gonna play Persona 1? I need to set up like a ROM.
I lost her.
Like, I do want to play Persona 1 and 2, but I gotta set up like a PlayStation 1 ROM to get like the PlayStation 2 stuff. And alongside that, oh great, another 80 hours of Persona. It's like, you have to understand, I know I really love the series. I'm not like I'm a machine that puts in Persona and pumps out content. It's like, ugh. Like, these games, they're, you know, it's a lot to take in, you know? I guess his voice trails off as my connection to her dies out again. I wonder if the enemy knows our conversation and took preemptive measures. Though the voice I'm hearing now definitely isn't Teddy's.
Ain't there some other way? If there was, then...
That's the same voice from before. Labrys, is that you?
It's happening again. The voice reaches me through my Persona ability, but I have the strangest sensation about it. I get the impression that the voice is seeping out of the place itself.
Laughing? What about this is funny?
Who is she addressing?
I don't want to fight him anymore!
That reminds me. Hanamura said that the environments here are formed by the thoughts of those who enter this world. Could these be Labrys' innermost thoughts? Is that why everything about this place radiates her feelings?
What do you think we are?
For a moment, I experienced not just the voice, but a powerful wave of emotions that bombarded me through my Persona's senses. Strong sadness, confusion, despair. I can't help but fall to my knees. Though nothing has assaulted me directly, how can I describe this weight? One possible explanation crosses my mind.
She's not addressing anyone. These are her memories. I see. So that's what's going on.
Think back to what General Teddy said, that making people suffer is fun. I dismissed it as barbaric desire not worth thinking about too deeply. But in truth, what kind of horrors would someone have to go through to emerge with such a stunted perspective?
I'm finally beginning to see the relationship between this tournament and Labrys.
In any case, I must proceed on to learn anything. I redouble my resolve and begin walking again.
What are you getting so sentimental for? The Grand Prix's not over yet!
Then you intend to continue this meaningless farce.
I'll decide what's meaningless or not! Bring out the next challenger!
As soon as the general shouts, smoke gushes out, obstructing my view. Seems he isn't willing to.
You.
He was. Yeah. So. Oh man, this is like a really good touch. Yo, Naoto, even now, is still making herself perceived to be like a man. Because, you know, she's trying to be a detective, and in, you know, this professional world, she understands that, like, presenting herself as a man would make people treat her, you know, more seriously and stuff. So I like that her male kind of disguise is like, maybe not disguise is the right word, but the fact that Mitsuru is referring to Naoto as a man, you know, like, that was clearly intentional.
This is a problem. I didn't think we'd run into each other so soon.
Is this another illusion? No. I can see that it isn't. Why are you here?
I'll answer that question later. It would be best to say as little as possible for now.
With that, the young man lifts fingers as if gesture to remain silent. Directly afterwards, the static cessation. He's probably also noticed the fact at work. Nothing we say right now could be called conversing. We both understand that means neither of us need to take what the other says personally. That's why I called for temporary silence. Yeah. Before long, as expected, the young man before me undergoes a complete
Seriously, such impatience handling the grunt work yourself like this. Isn't micromanaging like this the style of an incompetent leader? One who can't see the bigger picture? The silent treatment, huh? That's fine. I understand perfectly. You don't believe in people. Not a single one. You have friends and allies, but believing in them is a different thing. I suspect you'll never break down that wall. Shall I say it for you? You're actually scared to. The notion of growing attached to something and losing it scares you so much that you'll share nothing truly important to you. Even if you want to believe in your friends, you can't.
That's not true.
After the word slipped from my mouth, I realized the argument is futile.
Of course it is. Why not simply admit it? In truth, you have your hands full just expiating your family's sins. You don't need the added burden of others placing their lives in your hands. Isn't that how you really feel?
No. There's no use continuing this. Not until I eliminate this irritating mirage.
Finally! Fight!
Artemisia! Taking aim! Up! Artemisia!
Okay. Go! Well struck. Go!
Good! Bank shot!
Oh! Mitsuru is a charge character.
Okay. I'm a hit! I'm coming for you! Stay down! He's sorry! One mistake! Better luck next time!
Well struck. Well struck.
I'm sorry.
This whole time I've been wondering, damn, why aren't my inputs working? And it's like, I finally check her move list. Oh, she's a charge character. Ha! Oh, I'm a fucking idiot.
Am I getting through to you now?
Yes. The same goes for me, I presume. It seems we were spellbound until the fight began, as we both suspected. They disrupted our communications to drive a wedge between us and make us fight, though it's a mystery to me as to where it draws such personal slights for the illusions before us.
I agree.
He seems to bear no animosity, is willing to discuss things, but to be honest, I'm not sure where we stand. Why is he here? I can think of several possible explanations, but if he secretly followed us in, his caniness may prove dangerous. He gives a sudden, wry smile, as if sensing my reluctive...
There's no need to be cagey. I don't intend to dodge whatever questions you have. You were probably wondering 3 things when you saw me here. First, how did I enter this world? Second, what am I doing in Inaba? And third, if I came here looking for you, what are my true intentions?
No wonder you've made a name for yourself as a detective. You're correct on all counts.
The first answer is easy. You know now that I can use a persona, allowing me access to the TV world. As for the second, there's no great mystery why I would come to Inaba. I live here.
You wouldn't happen to be acquainted with Amagi and Hanamura.
You've met my senpai?
Your friends. I gather that you're comrades who fought alongside each other during the serial murder case last year. I assume you entered the TV together for the same reason they did, and found yourself dragged into this mess as well.
Not very comfortable with
If so, I must apologize to you. No doubt you already know, but the object we seek has been brought to this world. It's most likely the cause of this disturbance. Whoever learned of this world's existence must have thought it would be useful in whatever they're scheming.
You apologizing to me? Are you so sure you can trust me? You have no guarantee that I'm telling the truth. And there's still the answer to your third question to consider. I haven't yet told you my true motives.
Fair enough. But if you're friends with Amagi and Hanamura, I feel I can trust you. Their bonds with their friends are real.
Perhaps I lied about that too.
But then why would you bring it up? No, you're no villain. That's what my intuition tells me.
You aren't at all the person I thought you'd be.
I'll take that as a compliment.
The Teddy who appeared on that monitor is not our friend. He's an imposter.
You have proof of this?
I found the real Teddy. Our enemy can fog both our eyes and ears. It's possible they can make themselves look like someone else.
I see.
But I still don't know why they chose to take on Teddy's appearance.
It might be to make you all suffer. If they led you to believe your friend betrayed you, it would make this all the more painful.
There's some truth to that, but it seems too simple a motive to warrant this elaborate of a disturbance.
If the motive is somehow connected to Labrys's memories, what would have been incomprehensible becomes completely understandable. My conclusion must have shown through on my face, and Shirogane trails off in understanding. At the moment, something touch. It's a sensation that I haven't felt since entering this world, but I know this feeling. It's the effect of being brushed by Persona's informational support powers.
This feeling. Rise-san! Rise-san, can you hear me?
Naoto-kun? So you ended up here too!
Voice echoes much like the voice I heard over the PA system, but seems quite different. The announcement must have been part of the culprit's tricks. This Rise's voice immediately turns.
I'm so glad. Ever since this weird fake Teddy kidnapped me, I've been all alone. The others are fighting each other too.
It's all right. Just calm down and tell me where you are.
I think it's the announcement room. It's kind of off though. There are these invisible walls around and I can't get out. The fake Teddy was watching me until a moment.
Oop, shit. Press it one too many times. She seems to have been under the General Teddy's close watch, limiting her chances to use her persona until now. As soon as the General stepped out for a moment, she seized the opportunity to contact Shirogane.
You're in the announcement room now, yes? I'm headed straight there, so stay put.
Huh? Who's that? Why can I hear your voice but not sense you?
She sounds extremely confused. I had temporarily forgotten that my equipment prevents me from being detected by persona abilities to an extent. I prepared it after facing an enemy with similar powers once before. Works by making my presence difficult to detect unless they know me well and recognize my signature. Shirogane senses her confusion as well and introduces me to her. His introduction is accurate yet concise. I can see he's a first-rate detective.
Mitsuru Kirijo. Wait, Kirijo? Are you that Kirijo?
Yes, that's correct.
The CEO?
Not quite. I am the founding family's...
You hired me for a commercial before. Oh, good. Thank you very much for your patronage.
That's great! Like, come on! It's little things like this that are just like, yes, I love this shit!
A commercial?
Oh, yes! I'm Rise Kuchikawa. I'm a classmate of the others you met, but I'm also kind of a starlet, and, it's hard to explain.
Rise-san, that can wait. There's no knowing when our adversary will return.
Oh, all right.
She sounds so disappointed.
Fujikawa said that she was captured, but why would they treat her differently?
I suspect it was to block communication. If we could speak freely as we just did, their whole scheme would collapse. Ah, so that's why Teddy and Rise-san were the hosts.
What do you mean?
The real Teddy has a similar power. That's why those two were taken separately. Not only that, but by acting as the two who had disappeared, the enemy thought it could portray them as traitors. Though it appears that Teddy managed to escape on his own somehow.
How come I'm the only one fake Teddy is watching over personally? Sheesh.
You have the most powerful investigative persona. They must have had to take greater pains with you.
I think we're keeping this going too long. We've exchanged what we know already, so I'm gonna shut down the comms link. Be careful, you guys.
I face Shogun.
We are responsible for this case. Rescuing the ones who've been dragged into it is part of our mission. Besides, she's another of your friends, isn't she? All the more reason for me to go save her.
You're quite prepared for this. It would be unfair of me not to tell you everything. Please hear me out. The reason I came here was to...
You're a real straight arrow.
Come off.
You're very proud to be a detective, no? I can see it in your eyes. You would never sell out your beloved justice. If you've done nothing to be ashamed of, that makes us even. I haven't been entirely forthright with you either.
Kirijo-san. It seems I still have much to learn.
Despite what I said, I can make an educated guess to his motives. As a persona user, that means the police selected their observer, someone with the potential. His only task was to watch over the transfer. There'd be no need to send a persona user, leading me to believe that he's been asked to secretly spy on me or my organization, but we have nothing to hide anymore. There are many things that shouldn't be made public, but I'm sure his judgment is sound.
Well then, I will once again entrust my friend's safety and the resolution of this case to you. In honor of the bond we are forming, Mitsuru Kirijo.
I promise that I will not let you down.
I smile back at him, move on. There's no hesitation in my steps. Hell yeah. I reach the 3rd floor after turning the corner, going on for a while. It finally comes to view, the announcement room. This is where Fujikawa is supposed to be.
Are you Kirijo-san? Kirijo?
As I open the door, the two students greet me. One of them is the voice I heard through my persona. Fujikawa, I presume. The other is a girl I don't see on the video.
Hang tight, Miss President. We'll be okay now that help's arrived. Kirijo-san, this girl got dragged into this mess too. We have to help her before that general comes back.
So you're Fujikawa. Sorry, but I'll need you to step back.
Huh?
Turn to
We
face.
meet at last. Astounding. You really do look human. But you're not, are you, Labrys?
The girl jumps at hearing this. Fujikawa looks unsure, but I can't drag her into this. Place myself between her and Labrys.
Huh? What do you mean she's not human? Isn't she a victim who got dropped inside the TV?
Labrys, our records show that you were loaded with special equipment, undoubtedly a function that affects thoughts and scrambles recognition. That's why we saw and heard illusions whenever we fought. It would also explain General Teddy's appearance, and those who met you believing you to be human.
Special equipment? Labrys? What are you talking about?
She protests. Labrys's protests of ignorance sound as if she's in denial about something she already knows. It's tragic, hearing the desperation
I'm
in her
sure the
voice.
reason why you captured 2 people with analytical personas wasn't just to keep them from interfering with your designs. I came to a realization when I noticed I was the only one who sensed that noise. An analytical persona's searches clash with your ability. They dispel illusions, so you needed to confine them. You feared that if they caught you off guard and used their persona's ability, this would happen.
That is some of my persona. Just as expected, noise immediately runs across Labrys's body. Oh no. It's exactly the sensation I felt before each round of the tournament. Artemisia cancels out the force scrambling our senses. The illusion begins to wear off. Little by little, the facade fades away, and her true appearance emerges.
No! What's going on? This can't be.
What was your motive, Labrys? Was it revenge in the end? I can understand why you'd hold a grudge. I caught glimpses of it on my way here. But your hatred should be centered on the Kirijo group. Why drag innocent students into your vendetta?
Kirijo group? No. I don't want to remember. Never again. Miss President, Kirijo-san, she seems to be in a lot of pain. I don't know exactly what's going on here, but you can't push her any further.
That moment, Labrys grabs the equipment on her back that I had saved for wings. Suddenly separates and transforms into a giant battle axe that...
Miss President?
Get back! Hurry! The injunction against harming humans has been removed? I see. No wonder she was sealed away.
Is there no other choice but to fight?
I won't let you do any more damage, Labrys. It's me you want.
Shut up! Shut up! I ain't like that!
Oh, this is tragic. So is it gonna, like, to be continued me, or what? Nope, just gotta fight her.
Final.
Not yet. You will pay! Artemisia! Not yet. Well struck. I'm coming for you. All too good. Rise up!
Well, I'll get fucked. Bros our ass. Can hear her mutter denials. She didn't use her persona, but it's possible that her mental instability prevented her from doing so. Might have been a blessing in disguise.
I don't intend to turn a blind eye to the sins committed against you. That is why I must bring you back.
She had been sealed away for roughly 13 years, more than enough time to formulate
If that
a plan.
was indeed the case, it'd make more sense for this to be a plan devised by Labrys, rather than an unknown party suddenly stealing her away. I can't imagine how much resentment such a small, artificial body could hold. A tragic mastermind, huh?
Huh? Mastermind? You got it wrong, Kirijo-san! That girl's not...
What?
Turn around and surprise it can't be.
Looks like you've saved me some time while I was out running errands.
You're...
General Teddy gives an evil smirk.
What's going on? This is Labrys's interference pattern.
Mm-hmm. That's right. As thanks for cornering the real one, I'll show you something.
Is it gonna play the Teddy transforming cutscene? Yeah, okay, it will. The noise lifts once the mimicry is dispelled, but what it reveals is something I hadn't expected.
Another Labrys?
Yep. To be continued. Fuck. Oh shit, we finally unlocked Labrys. Okay. Obviously, I'm gonna do Akihiko and Aigis. And, just give me a sec. I just need to, you know, like, pop my neck and shit. Okay. I want to lock in. We're locked in, boys. We are locked the fuck in. Get comfortable, everyone.
I'm a long way from home.
Ever since I left Japan, I've been constantly searching for places to test my strength. Before I knew it, I wound up on the ass end of the globe. As I walk down a dark alley, a dry wind blows. I can see people's inside the building, but I don't sense any life here. Just because it's quiet doesn't mean that it's anything close to safe, though. Well, it just shows that not everyone in the world is affluent. I sense a hostile presence somewhere. I glance around, see two thugs smirk at me with narrowed eyes. Our gazes met. Suddenly those thugs, a seedy-looking large man and a thin man, stand before me.
Yo, bro, haven't seen your mug around here. The lucky thing we noticed you. Come on, man, spare us some change. We just need a little, man. We'll double it in no time in that gambling den over there.
You're in my way. Move it.
The thugs are momentarily stunned by my answer, but their shock quickly dissolves in anger.
And we were being friendly. I should have pulled this on you at the start.
It's a gun. Oh, Akihiko. Random Mexican thug. Gun go up. Akihiko. Huh, that's cute. Fists go up. He waves the muzzle in front of my face in a threatening
Body
manner.
like that, and you gotta resort to a gun? Pathetic. To begin with, do I really look like I carry that much money on me?
Ain't you Japanese? Most Asians stupid enough to come waltz around here are loaded. Come on, give me everything you got, or it's gonna be your brains on the floor.
The large man is quite short-tempered. I wonder if his mood swings are due to a lack of calcium in his diet. See, it's stuff like that. Like, each one of these stories, it's written from the perspective of each individual character. So, like, Akihiko, this is written from Akihiko's perspective. He immediately starts thinking, like, diets and all that shit. Like, this is some of the best character writing that I've seen. Like, it doesn't come across as forced. It doesn't come across as like, oh, they're trying to shoehorn in character traits. No, it genuinely feels like this is Akihiko. I guess you really don't get to choose what you eat when you live in a place like this. The large man apparently realizes that he can simply take my cash when I'm dead, and his fat finger squeezes the trigger before I can reply. Bang. A gunshot rings out and sends a shockwave through the alley's dry air.
Son of a bitch!
The large man stands stupefied. He recollects himself, throws a few more rounds my way. Is he dodging gunfire?
What kind of hit him?
Fuck yeah! It's because I'm dodging his shots, not the bullets. They're obviously more faster than the human body. When a slow man uses a gun, the problem is that he has to point the gun where he wants to send the bullets. And I can see him doing that. I'm just reading his gun's movement and getting out of his line of fire before he shoots. It's that simple. I bet he thinks there's something wrong with the gun, or that he's not aiming well. Some people. I think he's the embodiment of the phrase, big head, little wit. He never realizes what's happening. I dodge his hail of bullets and quickly close the distance to my attempted murderer. I get a good look at his face contorting in fear and confusion.
Checkmate.
I strike once, burying my fist into his gut. His body lifts off the ground for a brief moment before it collapses on the ground. The massive impact lifts a huge cloud of dust, and the man doesn't stir.
Be more careful who you pick your fights with.
You bastard!
Thinmans pulls something from his pocket. I hear the click of the switchblade being unfolded. He drops into a crouch, coiled in rage.
At least you know the basics.
Sir Yidis, Akihiko doesn't need a gun. He has his fists. The reprobate extends his arm and thrusts like Dolish. Attack. I get inside his arm, swipe the attack angle of the blade out of the way with my right hand, striking my left hand beneath his jaw. Since he attacks in the most obvious fashion, I repel the attack with the most obvious counter. The uppercut lands flush, and the man is cast into the air as he utters an undignified scream.
I gotta hand it to you for not abandoning your pal.
Sheesh, I didn't come on a journey and waste my time getting scraps that don't even rate as a good warm-up. Although, honestly, pretty much all that I encountered so far in my training was a continuous morass of tedious quarrels. Now, up ahead, huh? Notice that the dust from the fat man's landing has gone to my cape. I brush it off. This is the only mark that I took from the encounter. Bodily injuries will heal over time, even if they're left alone, but the same can't be said about one's clothing.
Damn, that was impressive stuff.
Someone speaks to me out of the blue. I glance over and see a man who looks like a bartender hesitantly emerge from a nearby bar. Seems he was watching the whole thing.
What a fight! And against a man with a gun? Are you a ninja or something?
Nah, that's not important. Where are the police? I'd have thought all the gunfire would catch their attention.
Bartender responds to my bewilderment by laughing in an even more dumbfounded manner and shrugs.
Things like that happen all the time. The only authority here is the cartel. Everyone who's not connected dies in poverty. That's been how it works for over 50 years.
I see.
Those who are not connected. Upon hearing that, a bitter feeling wells up inside me. Everything in this world relies on connections. Connections are just another form of power. People say that what's most important can't be obtained by power, but I figure that means the other 99% of everything is simply a matter of power. That includes one's lifespan. At times, the lifespan of those close to you as well.
Hey, why not stop in for a drink? It's on the house. Seeing what you did made my day.
Bartender's cheerful voice steps me out of my
Are you sure? The cartel you mentioned might not like that.
Hey, I'll get off easy compared to you. All I did was offer you a drink, not beat the hell out of their goons.
Do you have the good stuff in stock?
Huh?
It's hard to obtain that certain something around here. I haven't had any for a couple days now. Actually, I'm starting to go into withdrawal.
Please tell me he wants protein powder.
What is it you're talking about, mister? Listen, I run a clean bar.
Protein. I need a double shot of protein.
That's Akihiko. Fuck yeah. I just need protein. I gotta get my macros in.
Huh? Pro.
Make it quick. It's only half as effective 30 minutes after I burn some calories.
Sorry, I don't know that brand. Is that some kind of sake?
Nah. It's alright if you don't have any.
Akihiko just needs a good fucking burger. What am I thinking? Never know unless you try, but it's pretty stupid of me to expect that a bartender at a dive bar like this will have some protein drinks. I shake my head and collect myself. I finally returned to Japan out of all the protein my muscle fibers are crying out for. Sounds great just thinking about it. Mountains of protein. Protein as far as the eye can see. But my daydreams of what a world of infinite protein would be like are interrupted. Take out my soul.
Looks like opportunity's knocking sooner than I expected.
Can't hide my smirk. The fact that the message is urgent means that I'm being summoned for a
Fine
mission.
with me. I haven't found any opponents worth my time here anyway.
Plus, the training journey I'm on was preparation for these missions. It was my way of showing that I would be suited for taking on these special missions as a professional. Seems that either my plan is working or that this is fate telling me that the time to display my results has come.
I can't wait to see what kind of challenge there is in store for me now.
Akihiko has zero personality. No, fuck off, K6. Akihiko, like, he does have a good personality. Like, he's cool and shit. Like, come on. After a flight that took over half a day, I arrived in Japan. Every time I fly, it always strikes me how cramped the seats are and how dull it is to be on long flights. Considering that we've been placed in a hypoxic environment, it's a waste not to equip the seats with pec decks or give us access to some cardio equipment. As I head towards the arrival lobby, while thinking about my ideal airline, I hear something I haven't heard in a while. A newscaster reporting in my mother tongue.
Good morning. It's May 3rd, Constitution Memorial Day. Our top story today is an update on the hijacking 2 days ago. 5 men attempted a daring hijacking of a domestic airline, the first such incident in Japan in the 21st century. Police began their official interrogation of the arrested suspects this morning. But all depositions have been vague so far, with suspects complaining of muddled memories. Psychiatric exams are being considered.
That must be the incident she mentioned in her email.
2 days ago in Japan. Turbo. Yeah, okay. We'll just kind of skip this. We all know this shit.
It's me.
It's been a long time, Akihiko. I'm sorry to call you back on such short notice.
Don't worry about it. I was at a good stopping point.
Sierra has much greater standing in the group than I, but we've been classmates since middle school. She fought alongside me in my biggest battle. I have a feeling that the only reason we were able to pull through such an ordeal was because we helped each other back.
So, who's our next enemy?
Don't be so impatient. You received the brief I sent you, right? What I didn't say directly in it is that the stolen cargo was from Ergo Research.
I figured it would be Kirijo group related, with you having to call me back.
The Kirijo group, yeah.
What was inside this cargo?
The 5th generation anti-shadow suppression weapon, Labris.
An anti-shadow weapon? Does that mean...
Yes, she's one of Aegis's sister units. She was sealed at the time of the robbery, but we think it's very likely that she's been activated by now.
Which means there's a good chance there'll be a fight. Alright. Yeah, this would be too much for the normal authorities. Sounds like it'll be right up my alley.
Manny ran the group. Okay, this is just recapping some shit. Bonds and precious memories I gained from them are engraved upon my heart. I haven't faded to this day.
Fighting is not our first option, but I'd be more reassured with you there. We have a general idea of where it was taken, the Inaba area, where there were reports of suspected shadow activity last year.
Okay, I'll meet up with you at the actual location.
Are you heading directly there? You never change. Let me know if you need anything and I'll make the arrangements.
He needs protein.
That's all.
What? No, it's better I don't ask. I'll send you the precise location later. Sorry to call when you've just returned from a trip, but I'm relying on your assistance.
You went to a lot of trouble to create the shadow operatives. I won't do anything to tarnish the name. I'll see you.
Hell yeah. Okay.
Inaba, huh?
I'll just save over that. So okay, it's really cool how Akihiko immediately thinks, oh, I should go running like here in the morning, it'd be great. And Chie does that, like showing that characters that kind of think the same. You know, I like that. Wait for evening to come while exploring as much of the town as I can. It's almost time, yep. We need to draw as little attention as possible. Hopefully we can quickly join up and be on our way so the residents don't take notice of a bunch of outsiders simply in their sleepy town. Fortunately, when I arrive at the meeting point, Mitsuru and the others are nowhere to be seen.
Something happen? I doubt she'd run into any trouble she couldn't handle, though.
Could be that I'm at the wrong place. There aren't any tall buildings to block my view, so I look in every direction. The only thing obstructing my view is a mound of garbage that looks like it might be a scrap heap or a junkyard. Yep. Cars and household appliances, large and small, piled in artificial mountains. Test my footing and begin climbing up the stacked trash. Looking down, spot a long black limousine that is completely out of place in this tiny town. Come to a realization inside.
Of course. They'd stand out no matter where they were, so they could only park here.
So dance! Two of my friends are standing at the limousine. Yep. Mitsuru, I guess.
Hmm?
It's the same as mine. It's hard to say definitively since this is my first encounter with it, but I believe this reading is from a personality module.
Does that mean our retrieval target is inside the TV?
I don't understand how or why, but it seems that people can enter the TV. If that's the case, it'd be the perfect place to hide stolen cargo. That makes things easier.
Sounds like fun.
Two of them look up
Is that
surprised.
Akihiko?
Ha! I leap off the mountain of trash and land in front of them.
You didn't show up at the rendezvous point, so I went looking and found you here. This whole TV thing is pretty interesting.
Akihiko, what on earth are you wearing? Just what were you doing overseas?
Didn't I tell you that I was on a training expedition?
Don't tell me you came here from the airport like that. Does the concept of keeping a low profile mean nothing to you?
This clothing allows me to have much better mobility, but I don't think Mitsuru is going to listen to my explanation.
Mitsuru-san, I believe we have lost the right to complain about that.
Glancing at Mitsuru's clothing once again, I can't help but sigh. Since I guess I had already voiced what I wanted to say, I decided not to make a comeback. Mitsuru simply shakes her head and sighs back at me. Seriously, this is what happens when you grow up in a wealthy family, sheltered from the lives of normal people.
Anyway...
She's apparently inside TV.
We can get inside from that TV, right? And what are we waiting for?
Still the same Akihiko. We don't know the situation inside yet, and we'll need a secure means of getting out.
So what? If we want to get this Labrys back, someone has to go inside, right?
Well, that's...
Wanting to exert control over every situation is a commendable trait, but in certain situations, waiting doesn't allow you to seize any more control. It also gives your opponent more time to prepare.
Our target hijacked a plane to throw her into a TV in this town. If we sit on our hands, it's possible we'll be put in serious danger.
We'll lock eyes with Mitsuru and take a step
We're
towards
different from how we used to be. We made the choice to fight shadows as professionals. That's why I traveled around the world and trained harder than ever. And now that something's actually come up, you're hesitating? We agreed to do this. I'm ready to stake my life on the mission.
A few years ago, I said that it was my duty to help in the fight, but looking back on it now, I know that a lot of it was just for kicks. Seeing myself definitively become stronger, experiencing all that personal growth was incredible. Becoming stronger felt like it would satisfy some deep desire within me, and if I died giving it all against a really powerful opponent, I didn't really mind the thought of going out like that either. I was honestly fighting for myself more than anything else. But now, something has changed inside me. I wandered around the world with something in the back of my mind constantly nagging at me. Something about not having to grasp some part of myself. I know that I want power to protect others. But that feeling has always been there. Still something else though, something different. A few seconds of silence passed and Mitsuru's eyes narrow. Her eyes are filled with a steely determination.
All right. Wait right here. I need to go make a phone call first.
Okay, but make it quick. My fists are ready for action.
Excitement wells up within me as a reaction to the new sensation I feel from my fingertips. Hell yeah. Okay, same cutscene.
Is this a gym?
What I'm seeing now isn't matching what I expected to be saying. If my memory is correct, I entered the TV with Mitsuru and Igus. Is this what's inside the TV? Embrace myself. They can't. Yep. I don't really need to worry about them. Pretty sure that they'll be able to handle anything in here on their own. If something does attack them, close to, we'll just counterattack with icicle executions and machine guns.
This feeling in the air reminds me of somewhere, though.
Tartarus, yep. This is what Tartarus felt like, yeah. It's time for me to get moving. What in the world is that? Bizarre object approaches from further inside the gym. It's red, blue, and round. On top of that, it's walking on 2 feet. I've wandered all across the globe to different regions, but I've never seen such a bizarre creature as this.
There's a weird guy in a cape.
Weirder still, it's able to communicate with me.
You think you've got the right to call me weird? You seem suspicious.
How rude! I'll say the same back to you. Being half naked and wearing a cape is totally suspicious. Could this be the pervert I've heard rumors about? My innocence is in danger.
You're making no sense at all. Who are you? Oh, don't tell me. Are you a shadow?
Huh? I'm Teddy! Teddy!
So you are a shadow.
I just said I'm Teddy! Teddy! It's easy!
No bear has fur that color. Or can talk.
How cruel! I'm an adorable, sexy beast, no matter what angle you're looking from.
So the bear thing, it's also Teddy
I can't
Teddy.
have you wandering about on your own. You're such a troublesome bear. You're the troublesome one! How dare you do whatever you want while looking like me? It's a violation of my image rights!
What's going on? Are you twins or something?
Huh? I've discovered an unknown, half-naked caped man! An intruder! Unexpected!
Okay, like same unexpected bit. Some kind of ruse. Bear number 2. Like, bear number 2 is gonna care anyways. With no time.
Case 04.
Yeah. Elimination, huh? Don't really have any clue as to what's going on yet. What I do know is that bear number 2 has just won the right to be the first one here to taste my fists.
I don't know exactly what's going on, but I've seen enough. Looks like you're the enemy here, bear number 2.
But if he's using the PS, there needs to be some kind of control booth for it. Yeah.
As for you, Teddy, he seems to be your enemy too, but why don't you step down and let me handle him?
Proceed to walk off in search of the announcement room, but...
No way!
What?
I mean, who are you? You haven't even told me your name. And that bear might be a bad guy who tricked my beloved sensei and friends. I can't leave this in the hands of a half-naked cape man like you.
Teddy looks surprisingly resolute as he refuses my offer. Does he have friends of his own that he's trying desperately to protect too?
Your costume is strange. I do like that fire in your eyes.
What's that supposed to mean? It sounds perverted coming from a half-naked cape guy.
Hey, I have a name. It's Akihiko Sanada. You don't have to call me half-naked cape guy. And I know I can't prove I'm on your side just by saying so. So judge for yourself whether I'm worthy of your trust. In the ring.
You're that excited to do this?
Fists don't lie, you know? Now come on, and I'll give you everything I got.
I put my fist on in front of me and focus. If one does not face their cowardice, they cannot summon a persona. That's why persona users have to undergo the trial of holding an evoker to their heads. That was simply a ritual to overcome one's psychological blocks. It isn't a required step in wielding personas. My resolution has always been within me after all.
Come, persona!
I sense power rising deep within me. Hell yeah. That's cool. Mitsuru thought like, oh, I still need to use my evoker, but Akihiko's like, nah, I'll just summon my persona. I'll just do it. Hell yeah. The two-fisted protein junkie.
Finally.
Gotcha.
What'll Kentucky Dodge Bull! Teddy!
You're up.
What? This is gonna be awesome! Teddy's final super attack! Ultra charge! Nile Pan!
This way! I'm not getting that. Sona!
No way! Why?
Good night. This is it. Ready for this? Caesar! Right now! Good night!
Akihiko's just so cool.
The intruder is a persona user. Difficulties in elimination. Acknowledging as valid target.
Persona user? You talking about me? What do you mean by valid target?
Irregularity has occurred. Multiple intruders detected. Emergency. Emergency. Oh, I know! I've just had a fun idea!
Hey, Teddy, wake up.
No! Kanji! You're crushing me to death!
What's going on through this guy's...
Teddy, wake up!
Let's worry that might make him even flatter. But that's the risk I'm going.
Hey! If you hit me so hard, you'll ruin my beautiful coat of fur! I'll go bald! And it's just Teddy! Not Teddy!
This is getting to be a pain. Teddy purses his lips, looks away with a hop. I wanted to demonstrate my sincerity with my fist. There's no doubt that I did that. Then again, considering how badly flattened he is right now, I guess it's understandable he doesn't want to talk to me.
Well, maybe I went a little too far. Let me at least talk to you. I have important business here too. I need as much information as I can get.
Aren't you going to say sorry?
Don't push your luck, or I'll pull out all your fur.
I was just joking! Well, I am a knowledgeable bear, so I'll make an exception for you and listen.
I'm the one who won. Where is he get off this attitude? Doesn't feel right letting that slide, but I don't want him getting all pouty again. Take a deep breath and turn to face Teddy. Teddy.
First off, what kind of world is this?
It's the TV world.
Well, at least I was right about that. Teddy went on to explain that there's that shit. It's like a big stress ball.
That's hard to believe. But even if that's true, why does it look like this? Is this supposed to be a school or something?
This is probably the school that Yosuke and the others go to.
It's a real place?
This world changes whenever someone comes here. I'm not sure why it's a school now, though.
It changes when people come here.
I used to live here for a long time, so I saw it happen a lot.
You lived here? Well, does that mean you're from this world? What are you?
Teddy starts claiming up all of a sudden. He started getting nervous when I blurted out the realization that he was living in this world, that he wasn't human. Embarrassed about being different from humans, huh? Definitely doesn't look human, but it's easy enough to overlook because he's so easily able to carry a conversation with me. And his fist definitely had a heart. I guess immediately springs to mind. She's a machine, but she also has the same heart as a person. Though this Teddy may be some kind of costumed creature, he must have a heart as well. That being said, he does look pretty stupid.
There's so much I don't understand. But I can at least say I'm pretty sure you're no threat.
Of course not. I'd never cause anyone any trouble.
If you know this world so well, does the name 5th Generation Labris sound familiar?
I've never heard of it. Every day's great at Juness. I usually spend my time there. But when I came to, I was locked up here. I managed to escape, though, only to find that an imposter Teddy was causing a bunch of trouble with his P1 Grand Prix.
He was bummed out a minute ago, but his face is bright red and there's steam pouring out of his head. This guy's a real piece of work.
The guy who showed up on screen looked exactly like you.
He calls himself the General. But don't confuse me for that phony. The real Teddy is made of all natural bear fur.
If that was someone in disguise, there must be a reason he's trying to look like you.
Ooh, Ooh, I know! It must be because he's jealous that Sensei and everyone love me the most! But he's not 1/1,000,000th as cute as me! Anyone can tell he's a fake!
It's totally obvious. I recall that Teddy said about the Midnight Channel earlier. Some of the things that happen in this world are broadcast to the outside world. If that's the case, the misinformation may be spread, people could be confused or misled. At this moment, I'm not sure why someone would be intentionally causing such confusion, but this Teddy guy mentioned that his friends were here. If bear number 2 is in opposition to them, it's not too big of a stretch to imagine that he's trying to turn them against each other.
Alright, one last question. You said you used to live here. Do you know how to get out?
Of course! That was one of my specialties! I always helped other people when they needed to leave. But it's not working here for some reason. I'm losing my confidence. This is one bear of a Ted-ache. Ooh, that was an advanced joke.
Yeah, it sure was, Teddy. Good for you.
This is no laughing matter. You won't be able to get out like this.
That wasn't advanced at all. Sheesh. He did give me valuable information, though. I have somewhat of a grasp of the situation. My main objectives are retrieving Labrys and escaping from this world. I won't be able to accomplish either of these things as it stands. We really can do our own best. I have to pound some more details.
That's it. You're coming with me.
You're gonna tear it off!
I look behind me and Teddy is wildly flailing his arms around, but I don't see anything holding him back. So,
hey! You almost made me lose my head!
ignoring the huge fuss Teddy's making, reach over to where Teddy is stuck, but I don't feel anything. Guess I'll just have to try again. Pull the back of Teddy's head towards me with my full strength. He's definitely stuck on something. For a moment, it looked like the zipper on Teddy's neck warped. Whatever, it's probably just my imagination.
Looks like there's a wall that I can get through, but you can't. What a bizarre place this is.
Says the half-naked cape guy who pulled at my head so hard it almost came off!
Oh well, I'll have to leave you here. Make sure you don't go anywhere alone, you hear me?
I won't let you abandon me! I get lonely real fast! I'm coming with you!
Nope. This guy said that Jim was enemy of his friends because his friends are at risk.
Sorry. I'll come back for you when all this is settled.
Just hang tight, Teddy. I know it's a tough situation. Hurts where his enemies is. I like how Akihiko actually understands Teddy's character. How he's like, yeah, he might seem like a little shithead, but at the end of the day, he really does care about his friends, the people close to him. So it's like, hell yeah. Need first. Okay, I'm sorry that I'm kind of skipping through Akihiko's dialogue.
High School.
Well, a lot of it is just like.
I remember seeing that name in the report on Inaba.
So what Teddy told me was true. The place seems to be based on a high school, but why recreate high school building side TV?
Ladies and gentlemen, what will the next match be like?
No matter when.
Wow, this is one fired up crowd. Hi everyone, I, Rosette, will be your commentator. But first, the General would like to say a few words. The mic's all yours, sir.
Ahem! Well then, I'm proud to announce the opening of our very own P1 Grand Prix! Presenting the manliest of all men!
Cut.
Oh, so you've come this far. I applaud your bravery in not running away.
Still hiding behind a monitor? It's about time you showed up in person. I'll crush you.
Nope, sorry, but I'm not falling for a cheap ploy like that. You better follow the rules. Allow me to explain. The P1 Grand Prix is a one-on-one battle. Those who are paired off must fight. Only the winner may move on.
Only the winner can move on. Yep.
Huh. Interesting. Who are you gonna make me fight? Huh? Who are they?
I don't have to answer that.
Sorry, but I don't have time to play along. I'm taking back Labris.
You are? Don't think everything's gonna be that easy for you. You all should suffer, and then suffer some more!
Yeah.
It won't.
Oh, damn it. Never gotten too burdened by it by.
Whatever. I never expected it to be.
Pain of loss is my source of determination. I must stay strong in order to protect those who are precious and by my side right now. Okay. I'm gonna take a piss real quick. Okay, here's what I'm thinking for tonight. Like what we're gonna do tonight, I'm going to I'll continue to play, you know, this. I'm gonna finish Akihiko's story, and then I'll save like Labris and Igus for tomorrow. I think that's a fine way of looking at it, because in all honesty, like Akihiko, he's not really progressing the story like Naoto and Mitsuru do. Like, his introspection stuff is fine, you know, but, it's like, I like Akihiko's character, but this is just one of those story mode bits where, like, you know, he's just kind of there, right? Like, sadly, Akihiko is not progressing the story or adding really anything new to the overall narrative, but, you know, like, that's fine. Not every character's gonna be like Naoto or Mitsuru, where they're the ones that solve the mysteries and shit.
This is what I'd figure another world would be like. Huh.
Reach towards an upcoming corner.
I knew it. Whoever set this up only thought about blocking people's paths. Anywhere there already was a real wall got overlooked. Then I'll just go another way.
Land near classroom. He just punches the glass.
Who are you?
Akihiko thinking of Kanji as buff young man. That's great. There's someone else already inside the room. He's a well-built young man in a school uniform.
You're that guy from the video.
Did you just come falling from up there? What's going on? Answer me.
I remember now. You're the blood-curdling beefsteak emperor.
Hell no, come on. Did you even try to remember my name?
So that P1 Grand Prix thing has already started.
I recall the rule that those who encounter each other must fight. The journal said that only the winner can proceed.
Hey, take off your clothes.
What?
What the hell? How How can you ask that straight out?
What's wrong with what I said? Won't it be hard to maneuver wearing that?
Maneuver?
Akihiko, your fucking brain rot is showing, man. Why is he getting all flustered? His face is red. Maybe he's just not feeling
What are
well.
you all flustered for? I'm talking about your jacket. If you don't wear it right, it'll get in your way during the fight.
My jacket? You just said that to begin with? There's no real meaning behind this. It's like just the way I wear it.
It's plain weird.
Says the guy who's half naked except for a cape.
Seriously, you're ridiculous. It's bad manners to jump out a window like that.
Sorry to say, I've never been big on manners. Too bad things didn't go your way.
We'll see if you can keep that attitude up for long. You must fight whoever you're paired with. Now get started!
Jeez, you keep saying the weirdest crap. Looks like I'll have to make you leave. Let's get this started, Capey!
What, now you're interested? Alright, come and get me.
Kanji and Akihiko are just like...
Just a fake! Nothing worthy about it.
What's that supposed to mean?
Shut up! Try to ask yourself that. Here goes.
No joke, Akihiko and Kanji, these two guys, they're just like my last two brain cells running at full capacity, and I like it. They share the same brain cell, it's great.
Don't just lie there! Do it! Nothing! Do it! Put it! What's up? Stay down! This'll hurt! Push it! Right now! Ready? Jam it! Do it! Out of the face! Style I'm not giving up. This is it.
Let's see who's lightning is.
Take this. Stay down. This'll hurt. Crush it. So long. Nothing.
What a rare, close battle! You both fought well!
I calmly examined my surroundings. During the battle, I noticed that the spectating students had changed to something completely different. They're not human, their silhouettes shaped like people or something. I don't know why they're showing their true form now, but that's fine. They're not human, there's no need to worry about them. Just leave them be. If they happen to turn hostile, I can easily crush lifeless creatures like that. Kanji regains consciousness. He's recovered much more quickly than I was expecting.
It's amazing. So this is what you meant by going at it with nothing to hide.
When did I say that?
You're one passionate guy. Guess you're no ordinary pervert.
Oh, since when am I a pervert?
Kanji flashes a bright smile that's different from the one he displayed before the fight. Anger and hatred have fled his body entirely. Now that the fight is over, it seems like he's
Ow! Man, for a dream, this sure hurts.
desperate. Kanji still thinks it's a fucking dream.
That's weird. How come a dude I've never met before is here in my dream?
A dream? What are you talking about? Aren't we inside the TV world?
Huh?
The TV world. If you can dream with your eyes open, I'm pretty impressed.
What? You're inside the TV? You seriously thought this was all a dream?
It doesn't seem like Kanji's acting. He honestly seems to think that this entire thing was all a dream. I thought that the people in that promo video were related to the general, but maybe everyone here is actually dragged into this by force, so I can't afford to abandon the others who were here in that video.
Hey, do you have any idea who the other people in that video were?
They were pretty much all my friends, but...
Oh, crap.
Ah, Seems quite...
This was a dream, so I kinda sorta beat the snot out of a couple of them.
Well, if they lost to someone who was half asleep, they'll just have to suck it up.
You think so? Things are just that black and white to you, huh?
I thought it was gonna be some kind of important information. This Kanji guy's been yanked out of his normal life into this weird situation, yet he seems oddly blasé about it.
This isn't a dream. Then Ted and Rise are really hosting it?
General Teddy. The other Teddy said that he was a fake.
A fake? You're kidding me! How'd he make such a perfect copy of the bear suit?
That's the part you're hung up on?
But yeah. They're hardly twisted bastards who enjoy watching friends crush each other.
You seem pretty sure of your friends.
Man, the things I went through with those guys. And here I thought you were a pervert who wasn't listening to a word I said. Guess I had you figured wrong.
Looks like this guy's having a tough enough time just changing the way he thinks about me. Maybe he's just an idiot. The way his expression changes to that honest and relieved look when he's talking about his friends. Seems he has friends that he really can trust. If we met under less dangerous circumstances, I wouldn't mind sitting around and chatting with him for a bit. But I have a duty to attend to.
By the way, have you heard the name Labris anywhere? She's supposed to be somewhere in here.
Huh? Lab rat? What?
I see. No, if you don't know, don't worry about it.
And with that, I leave Kanji and go towards the door.
Hey, wait a second. You haven't told me anything about you. Who are you? What did you come inside the TV for?
There's no point in explaining.
What?
Kanji attempts to stop me, but he changes his mind. His expression tells me that he's not satisfied with this outcome, but he swallows his frustration, takes his seat on the ground. Since he's fought against a number of people already, he must understand that he can't proceed on because he lost. Kanji looks directly into my eyes and speaks up.
I was the loser here, so I can't complain. This isn't a dream, and my friends are in trouble.
That's all you need to say. I answer with a smile.
I won't let anything happen to him.
It's like that. It's shit like that, right? Like, K6, you said, oh, Akihiko doesn't really have any personality. Or, like, no, you're just wrong.
The way you fought says it all. You can't throw punches like that without a shitload of training. I can feel your determination behind every one.
Yeah, the same's true for you. Good work.
Praises exchanged after trying to beat each other senseless. We have a moment that only those who have just brawled against each other can share. Damn right! Kanji's skills are exceptional for a high school student. When I was in the boxing club, there were only a handful of guys who could stand to trade blows with me just like he did. Considering that he's this good with self-taught fighting skills, there's no question that he'd become an unparalleled fighter if he had proper training.
But you should be careful. My friends are hella strong, you know? If you're not careful, you'll be eating pavement.
Is that supposed to be a genuine warning for me? Or is that a boast about how great his friends are? Either way, I can understand the feeling behind his words, so I smile back at him.
I don't know about that. My fists can't be stopped that easily.
There's nothing more I need to say to Kanji. Turn, begin running down the hallway. Akihiko, trained boxer. Kanji, metal chair. Chair go up. Sometime after parting ways with Kanji.
Pointless.
Still wandering aimlessly through the school building. I have no idea if the path I'm taking right now is correct or not, but the invisible walls keep getting in the way. Spot another window, reach towards it.
Guess they fixed that little loophole.
No more breaking the rules. Seriously, why can't some people follow simple directions?
You act like I ever intended on following your rules.
The fact that they've gone to the trouble to correct their oversights means that limiting our movement must be very important to them. They don't want to let us escape, so that probably means there's something waiting up ahead that they placed there for me.
Akihiko, you're all right. Then again, seeing you isn't necessarily cause for celebration. If we're both here in one place, that means...
Yeah, looks like it.
What I found inside the classroom was none other than Mitsuru. Normally, running a turn would be a great relief since it would be... But since it's the stupid P1 rules...
So, you're my next opponent.
This is exactly what the enemy wanted.
Ta-da! Well, this is about to get real interesting. An unwanted battle between friends. I hope you two enjoy it to the fullest.
Is that supposed to upset us? Can you believe this guy, Mitsuru?
There's no way we would levels shake our resolve. But oddly, when I look back towards Mitsuru, I see her look at me.
I'm sorry, Akihiko. I believe I may have driven you into a corner.
Huh? What do you mean?
I should have realized much sooner. It's not strength you truly desire. What you really want is to forget your fear of losing others. That's why you throw yourself so fervently into your training. It's a twisted form of escape. At the very least, you can allow me to put an end to such things.
There's something going on here, yeah.
Teddy, and Kanji also started getting personal before the fight. Is this some kind of trick?
I've got no idea what you're talking about. Sounds to me like she means it.
I don't know what you're up to here, but you're gonna have to try harder. It's fine, though. I'll just take this chance to enjoy some serious sparring. There were a bunch of people I wanted to fight once I got back to Japan, to test my skills. And you were at the top of the list, Mitsuru. Didn't think I'd get a chance so soon, though.
Here goes, Akihiko.
Coming.
Hell yeah. I really do like how Akihiko, he's not like hesitant, he's just like, I wanted to beat your ass, Mitsuru. I wanted to fight. Like, hell yeah.
Finally!
Fight! Kneel before me! Like her!
Damn.
Not bad!
Here we go! Here we go!
Well struck!
Gotcha!
Devastating blow!
Not bad.
Akihiko!
Right now!
The battle is yours now! I'll fight you! Well struck! This won't be that easy!
Right now!
I expected that!
Right now! This is it!
I expected that!
Yeah, K6, that's why Akihiko's base. He's like, I just want to beat her up.
I yield. Your skills have improved tremendously, Akihiko.
Yours too. I was really worried there that you might execute me. Mitsuru, what did I say to you before the fight?
Huh? Why do you ask? As I recall, you said some unkind things about my late father.
I knew it. Of course, I have no memory. Yeah.
How? How can you fight without holding back like that? People hesitate more when they face their friends. They break down. They suffer. So how come you aren't suffering? Why? I don't understand.
I'm not surprised. Anyone who needs to trick people to get his way wouldn't understand. Our bonds aren't that flimsy.
Akihiko, let's compare notes. I want to confirm our situation.
Right. Although I don't have much for you. Did you find Labris?
Iga seems to have made contact with her. She seems to be calling herself the student council president of the school. In fact, she's going so far as to play the part.
Play the part?
She seems to be unaware that she entered a TV. It's possible that someone forced her in here, but that doesn't explain why she's acting out a role in school life. And one more thing. I heard a strange voice. I'm not certain, but it's most likely Labris. Either her inner thoughts or her memories. It was a voice of deep sorrow, suffering, sadness. It was so vivid I wanted to cover my ears. If that was truly Labrys, then she's practically human. She may not be that far behind Aegis in terms of mimesis.
Sure, Aegis' sister unit would have a mind. But does that mean the older version is more advanced?
Doesn't seem likely, but I can't say for certain. Still, I'm only speculating. But I feel like her deeply negative emotions are connected to this tournament.
Connected how?
Do you really think Labrys was stolen? The General seemed to want to make us suffer rather than eliminate us. Would a thief wish for that? Or draw in unrelated high school students?
I see. That General Teddy's actions do seem in line with what Labrys wants. He actually may in fact be Labrys.
It's possible that Labrys regained consciousness much earlier and escaped when she was being transported.
Mitsuru, you're doing your brow furrowing thing again.
What? That doesn't matter right now.
You're overthinking things. All this conjecture and speculation will drive you nuts. Let's pick this up again once we defeat the enemy.
Even though she doesn't necessarily summon reports, certainly wears her down. Sometimes we need that hard-headedness. There's a time and place for it.
Ever think that maybe it's you who's underthinking things?
Anyway, there's no time to lose right now. You know where the enemy is, right?
Yes, I've traced its location. It should be nearby. I will leave the rest to you, Akihiko. Don't disappoint me, all right?
Ha! Of course not.
We've all changed.
The announcement room. Here we go.
Whoa! It's that red cape guy I saw earlier!
Everyone. It's Labrys, yep. And
So it wasn't Labrys after all.
Okay, and then Teddy change cutscene.
I am a shadow. The true self.
Another Labrys.
Was my objective. I was summoned to retrieve Labrys and prevent any danger from spreading. Doesn't matter if there's 1, 2, or 21 of her. My initial objectives are unaffected, and I will give everything I have to complete the mission.
I'll just calm them both down.
Oh, do I have to play Shadow Labrys? No, to be continued. Yeah, Akihiko's was definitely, like, the weakest, but, like, it's the weakest in the sense that, truth be told, like, this game can't really, like, I don't know, Akihiko doesn't really have much character. Like, he doesn't have those, like, extra underlying things to address, like, with Yosuke or Mitsuru and all that shit. I'm not saying, like, oh, you know, like, his was fine. It was fine. But yeah, I think, I think I'm gonna call this
Persona
session.
4 Arena.
So, yeah, I'm gonna call this session here. It's like, so I've only completed 52% of the story mode. Like, damn. Ugh. Making this video is gonna be tougher and longer than I thought it would be. Okay, but anyways, I'm just gonna call this stream here. Thank you guys for watching, hopping on, all that good stuff. I will catch you in the next stream. So, have a good night.